Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate afternoon sitting on this day of the 19th of October, the year 2022. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Order of business for the Senate this afternoon is that three motions are lined up for consideration by the members of the Senate. One of the motions is members will be approving a list of senators to serve in the County Public Accounts Committee, a list of senators to serve in the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee, and a list of senators to serve in the Committee on Delegated Legislation. This is a motion that is moved by the Senate Majority Leader, that the Senate approves a list of senators that have been nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in select committees. The list of these senators is as follows. On the County Public Accounts Committee, there is Senator Samson Kiprotich Cherargei, there is Senator John Muhia Methu, there is Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar, there is Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, there is Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, there is Senator Fatuma Adan Dulo, there is Senator Richard Momoima Onyonka, Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna, and Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti. This is a list of senators that have been nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the County Public Accounts Committee. A list of senators nominated to serve in the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee include Senator Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Paul Karungo Thangwa, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech, Senator Ledama Olekina, Senator Hamida Kibwana, Senator Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojienda, and Senator Godfrey Otieno. There is also a list of senators that have been nominated to serve in the Committee on Delegated Legislation. These include Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, Senator Gloria Magoma Oroba, Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Senator Julius Murgor Arecha, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, Senator Mohamed Faki Munyihaji, Senator Betty Batuli Montet, and Senator Agnes Kavindo Muthama. Of course, this debate is a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on Tuesday of 18th of October, the year 2022. That is the first motion that members will be considering this afternoon. Also lined up for consideration is a motion on the parking charges in institutions offering essential services to the public. This is a motion by Senator Edwin Sifuna. According to the senator, is that many urban areas and towns in Kenya lack designated car parking areas as a result of imbalance between parking supply and demand, mainly due to ineffective land use, planning, and miscalculations of space requirements, thereby leading to exorbitant parking fees. A number of issues in this particular motion, and that the Senate will be seeking or urging the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Physical Planning, together with the Council of Governors, to come up with a policy framework. So at the entrance of the Senate chambers, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, has stepped in. He will be presiding over this afternoon session. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast, brought to you by PBU in cooperation with KBC, or in conjunction with KBC. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofanikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, can you confirm if indeed we have quorum? Honorable Senators, we seem not to have the requisite quorum. I'll therefore ask for the quorum bell to be rung for 5 minutes.
Well, Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, has just ordered that the quorum bell be rung. Of course, this is to allow members who are not yet in the chambers to walk into the chambers for this afternoon's business. As you can see, members are trickling into the chambers. The sitting is supposed to start at 2:30 p.m., but if the House lacks the requisite number of members, then according to the standing orders, a quorum bell shall be rung for 5 minutes, of course, to give room to those who are not yet in the chambers to be able to walk in. So the bell will be rung and members will be getting into the chambers to enable the House business to kick off. A motion on the parking charges in institutions offering essential services to the public that is moved by the Senator Edwin Sifuna is lined up for consideration on the floor of the House for this afternoon's business. And according to the Senator, is that most essential services offered in hospitals, educational institutions, airports, shopping malls, and other public utilities are offered in urban centers and other designated areas that charge parking fees to access. There is also the fact
Honorable
that
Senators, I do
that
have
whether
two
they are delivered by public or
communications to
private
make.
providers, essential
One,
services such as health,
I would like to
banking,
acknowledge
education,
the
shopping.
presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Garissa. The delegation consists of officers from the Research Department who are on a benchmarking visit with the counterpart Research Department in the Senate from 11th to October 21st, 2022. Honorable Senators, I request the two officers to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged as per the Senate tradition. Ms. Sadia Abdi Salah, Senior Research Officer. Thank you. Mr. Abdi Siad Kainan, Senior Research Officer. Thank you. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegation and wish them well for the remainder of their visit. The other communication I'd wish to make, I'd wish also to acknowledge the presence of the following delegations. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have a delegation of staff from the National Assembly of Zambia who are on a 5-day benchmarking visit in Parliament. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The officers are one, Jimoa Muzungu, who is the team leader. Thank you. Lillian Mwanza. Thank you. Beverly M. Chisenga. Thank you. Rose Mwanza. Thank you. Victor Chilufua. Thank you. Stanley Mulenea. Honorable Senators, in the public galleries, we have 31 students, accompanied by 4 teachers from Prince Alex Mixed Day School, Day Secondary School, Tharaka Nithi County, who are in Parliament on an education tour. You may stand so that you are acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegations to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of their visit. I thank you. Next order. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a statement, a request for a statement on the human-wildlife conflict. Request for statement.
Senator Manzo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I actually thought you were contributing to welcoming delegations.
Oh, sorry.
That's why I saw quite a number of senators requesting to speak.
My apologies,
to welcome the guests.
Mr. Speaker. It's only that I have a matter which is very pressing in Makueni. Not a problem. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students of, from Garissa and that wish them to learn, you know, and wish them well while visiting the Senate, and that when they are here, they're going to learn a lot from us and get inspired one day to be like us, to become a senator, or even to live their dreams, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome them and hope that they will move around Parliament and learn more and watch our proceedings, get encouraged, inspired, and look forward to success in life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join you in welcoming the delegation from Zambia. Mr. Speaker, I serve in the COMESA Competition Commission as a commissioner. Mr. Speaker, we've held very many meetings in Lusaka. And Mr. Speaker, the people of Zambia warm my heart. If you listen to their television stations, they speak with an accent like Nairobi accent. They dress like Nairobi people. They laugh like us. They even have nyama choma in Lusaka, Mr. Speaker. We want to tell them, this delegation that has come, to feel at home. Just know you are very welcome. Kenya is part of you. And the best thing about Lusaka, Mr. Speaker, you will not be asked for any visas or anything. It's just like flying to Mombasa and going to do your business and back. We thank you, the people of Zambia. Please feel welcome. And if you need anything, I am around for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mudama Agnes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. And I join you with my fellow senators to welcome the delegation from Garissa and Zambia and the students from Tharaka Nithi. I want to tell you welcome, and especially the delegation from Zambia. Welcome to Kenya. This is a country of peace, and I'm sure you will learn whatever you've come to learn. And then the lady called Rose, your surname sounds so much like Kamba name. So I'm sure we have something in common, you know, from Zambia and Kambas, and you are welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirangai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to join you in welcoming the visiting delegation from Zambia, and it's an honor to have them. I've noted that they are on a benchmarking visit, so it shows that as a parliament we are doing very well. And to welcome, this is the Pan-Africanism that we need to see. We need to work together, share common practices. You don't need to fly over any other sea to benchmark maybe with the US or any other, or France. I think we need to encourage exchange of best practices within Parliament, around and within Africa, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think Africa, we have a problem. We see things in a more sadistic way. We don't believe in our ability, we don't believe in our capacity. But I want to thank the delegation that instead of going to America, Europe, or South America, Mr. Speaker, they decided to visit the Republic of Kenya. Specifically, they are in the right house, the upper house, Mr. Speaker, a house of union. And I know Senator Danson Maanzo is now in the right place. He was lost in the law house. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want also to join you in welcoming our students and teachers from Prince Alex Mixed Day Secondary School in Tharaka Nithi. We are proud of you. They are once lived one of the best legislators in this house, the first majority leader. Later he became the best deputy speaker, and then your senator and the current nominee of National Interior and Homeland Security, Professor Kithure Kindiki. And you are in the right place. And also we have your senator more fire. And from the look of things, the house will be on fire, but not literally, Mr. Speaker. So it's also an honor to have him, Mr. Speaker, their senator. And we wish you well. I know one day, one time, you'll come back as the speakers, as the chair of committees, as the senators, as leaders in this. In the future is luminous. So we want to encourage you, work smart, work hard. We wish you well, behave well, and respect what their teachers tell you. And I can tell you, the current government we have is that the future of you is very well defined. So work hard, and God bless you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Lastly, the Speaker for Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. One day I will be a speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome my very good school. This is Prince Alex Secondary School. This is in Tharaka constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. I want to tell them that this is a house of big minds, great minds. And when I see you, I can see future senators. I can see future members of parliament. And I'm very sure from today you're going to learn a lot, because the big names that you hear over the TVs are in this house. This is the house where our senior most member of the Tharaka Nithi County, Mheshimiwa Professor Kithure Kindiki, used to sit. He has been here for 10 years. And today we are lucky that we have Kindiki, who has just been vetted for member of the cabinet as a CS Interior. And I'm very sure now that you've made it through this house, through your teachers, it's a clear demonstration, it's a clear gesture that you are really making yourself great. So most welcome, and you see, as you leave, because I'm very sure you must have switched off your phones. I have talked to your teachers that I'm going to take care of you as you go home. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And may I take also this opportunity to welcome the Zambians and the other member from Ethiopia or from which other part of this country. But this is a house of honor, and we are glad that we are receiving visitors every day. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3 and 4, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the appointment of members to the Joint Committee on Election of Members to the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey a message from the National Assembly on its passage of the following resolution during its sitting of Thursday, October 13th, 2022. That acknowledging that the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, is established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of the community responsible for the community's legislative matters. Recognizing that Article 50 of the treaty provides for the election of members of EALA by respective partner states' legislatures in accordance with the parliamentary procedures for a term of 5 years. Further, aware that the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2011 contemplates conclusion of the election of members of a new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the term of the subsisting assembly, noting that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly lapses on the 17th of December 2022, cognizant of the need to urgently conclude the election process for the East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African Community, and in accordance with the provisions of the East African Legislative Assembly elections of members of the Assembly Rules 2017, 1, a joint committee comprising of 7 members be appointed by each of the Houses of Parliament to undertake the functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly elections, Rules 2017. The following members shall represent the National Assembly in the Joint Committee. 1, Honorable Wanjiku Muhia, the co-chairperson. 2, the Honorable John Mutunga Kanyuthia, the Honorable Daniel Nanok Epuyo, the Honorable Francis Sigei Kipiegon, the Honorable Ruth Adhiambo Busia, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, CBS, and the Honorable Sabina Chege, CBS. The officers of the clerks of the House of Parliament provide secretariat services to the Joint Committee in accordance with the standing orders, and that the Joint Committee report to the House within the timeline stipulated in the East African Legislative Assembly elections, election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017. Now, therefore, in accordance with the said provisions of the standing orders and the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Rules 2017, I hereby convey the aforementioned resolution of the National Assembly and invite the Senate to also expedite the establishment of the Joint Committee. Honorable Senators, you will recall that during the sitting held yesterday, Tuesday, 18th October 2022, the Senate approved a motion on the appointment of senators to the Joint Select Committee on the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA. Honorable Senators, this Joint Committee is now properly constituted. I urge the Joint Committee to deal with this matter expeditiously and table a report within the stipulated timelines. I thank you. Honorable Siengo Kalunda, what say you? I can see you've made a request. Do you want to contribute to this message? If not,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I didn't want to contribute on this message. It was earlier on welcoming the visitors.
thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Boni Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard you. You have urged the committee to leave to its mandate in accordance to Standing Order number 230, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to agree with you and request members of this committee to know that our representatives on the Joint Committee, you come from the Senate, the House that is the symbol of equity. We would like to see, when you now give us the short list, a list of members of IALA who represent the face of Kenya. We want to see, as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, that we have attempted to capture all the 8 regions of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we hope that this committee will move us from the bad habit that we have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, where political party leaders have used this committee to get their relatives to go and sit in IALA, Mr. Speaker. This cannot be the reason why we form a joint committee for you to go and please political party leaders and tribal chiefs and tribal kingpins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate. Today, the 19th day of October, the year of our Lord, 2022. Mr. Speaker, these are the reports of the Auditor General for the year ended 30th June 2021 on the financial statements of the following. 1, the County Executive of Nyandarua, the Masai Mara Community Support Fund, the Turkana County Executive, the Turkana County Assembly, the Lamu County Executive, the Lamu County Assembly, the Lamu County Fisheries Revolving Fund, the Lamu County Bursary and Scholarship Fund, the Lamu County Emergency Fund, the Kericho County Executive Fund, the Kericho County Assembly, the Kariza County Executive, Kariza County Assembly, Kariza County Scholarship Fund, Kariza County Investment Development Authority, Kariza County Emergency Fund, Katamadi Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Katanga Community Water Scheme, Muranga South Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kahuti Water and Sanitation Company Limited, found in Muranga, Elekeo Marakwet County Executive, Elekeo Marakwet County Assembly, Bungoma County Executive, Bungoma County Assembly, Nandi County Executive, Nandi County Assembly, and Kiambu County Executive. Furthermore, we have Kiambu County Assembly, Kiambu County Assembly Staff Mortgage and Scheme Fund, Ruiru Juja Water and Sewerage Company Fund, Kikuyu Water Company Limited, County Executive of the City of Nairobi, County Assembly of the City of Nairobi, the Wajir County Executive, the Wajir County Assembly, the Kisumu County Executive, the Kisumu County Assembly, Busia County Assembly, Kwale County Executive, Kwale County Assembly, Kwale Trade Revolving Fund, Kwale County Youth, Women and Persons Living with Disability Revolving Fund, Kwale County Disaster Management Fund, and, Mr. Speaker, Kwale County Bursary Fund. Mr. Speaker, I lay the papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Honorable Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a request for a statement on the human-wildlife conflict in Kibwezi East constituency, Makueni County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the human-wildlife conflict in Kibwezi East and Kibwezi West constituencies, among other sub-counties in Makueni County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline measures the Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, has taken to deal with the rampant human-wildlife conflict in Masalani, Chuasini, Ngiluni, Ngomeni, Betwani, Manguluku, Makila, Kadhekani, Beria, and Ilikoni locations, among others, bordering the Savo and the Chulu game parks, where residents have been killed or injured and their crops destroyed and the livestock killed. Number 2, state when the affected residents would be compensated for the loss they have incurred from the insistent human-wildlife conflict, given that some have lost their lives in addition to the animals and the crops which they depend on as their source of livelihood. Number 3, state whether there are any plans by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage to fence these parks. And number 4, spell out measures, if any, to institute sustainable and a lasting solution to the human-wildlife conflict in the said areas. Signed by myself, Daniel Manzo, Senator for Makueni County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, just one statement. A Form 4 student 3 days ago was killed by a hippo in that place. And the last 1 week, about 5 people have been killed by a hippo, and the wildlife officers are around that particular area, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to urge the committee to assist me in this matter, and even urge KWS to take urgent action so that no more lives are lost on River Athi along Makueni, Kibwezi East and West constituency. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. The Senate's statement on the issue of general topical concern. And today is Koitalel Samoe Memorial Day, normally held on 19 October 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order number 52-1 to make a statement on issue of general topical concern and national importance, namely Koitalel Samoe Memorial Day, to be held today, 19 October 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, Koitalel Samoe was born in 1860 at Samitui in Aldai to Kimnyole Arab Trugat. He was the last-born son among 4 sons of Kimnyole Arab Trugat and belonged to Kablelach age set of the Nandi. And Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the House, the current age set of the President of the Republic of Kenya is as the same as Koitalel, that is Kablelach age set. Mr. Speaker, even though he was the youngest, he was reportedly close to his father and displayed the greatest ability in understanding prophetic signs. Even though he was the youngest, Koitalel Samoe succeeded his father at the age of 25 as the Orkayot, who was the supreme spiritual and political leader of the Nandi people and were traditionally from the Talai clan believed to be chosen by God, in brackets, Assis. He prophesied about the coming of the British and the railway, which he revealed to the people as a snake passing through the land of Nandi, spitting fire. It took little time before the British arrived, and Koitalel rallied his men in fighting and resisting the construction of the railway through the land of Nandi. Mr. Speaker, sir, Samoe led the Nandi people in resisting, or famously called Nandi resistance, in resisting the British fearlessly, though they had no guns. They strategically attacked and stole railway construction materials when the British least expected. They resisted them for 12 years. On 19 October 1905, number of years ago, a British colonel named Richard Mains Hudson tricked him to a meeting to negotiate a truce where Koitalel Samoe was unfortunately shot dead. Koitalel's head was chopped off and taken away to the United Kingdom in London together with his weapons, where they are up to date. Mr. Speaker, the skull has never been returned. Koitalel's death marked the end of Nandi resistance towards the British. Mr. Speaker, it is after the death of Koitalel Samoe that the Talai clan and the Nandi community suffered serious injustices at the hands of British colonial rule, such as mass murder, detention without trial, forced eviction from ancestral land, confiscation of property, and other serious abuse of basic fundamental human rights that is also captured by the ICC Charter. Mr. Speaker, sir, Koitalel Arap Samoe is among the Kenyan superheroes and pre-independence legends who fought for their community's land, freedom, spiritual well-being of the people, and the independence of Kenya. They include Field Marshal Dedan Kimathi, Megatili Wamenza, Bilad Kagia Arituku, Jeramogi Oginga Odinga, and we are lucky that the son of the Sconion is in the House, Mr. Speaker, the Senator for Siaya, Mr. Speaker, Paul Ngei, Ole Dume, Mr. Speaker, Ole Loduma, Asamburu Hero, and we are lucky that Senator Lilegwe Lutambesi, Doctor, is in the House, our Deputy Majority Whip. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, on 31st July 2021, the United Nations Council wrote a letter ordering the United Kingdom of Government to make a public apology and compensate the Talai community of Kenya for horrendous violation of their rights. The above circumstances are a clear indication that the rights of Talai and the Nandi community were grossly violated. On that premise, Mr. Speaker, and it is worth to note at this point, that being then when I was the Chair of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, this House did adopt a report on Talai historical injustices, and that implementation report was supposed to be transmitted to the Government of Kenya, the Attorney General's Office, and other National Land Commission to at least work on reparation and rewriting the wrongs that they committed. On that premise, we call upon the government to expedite the implementation of all reports touching on the violations on the right of the Talai, Nandi people at large, and any other person that because of their fight for independence in this country should be compensated. Mr. Speaker, I call upon the country to join us in celebrating our hero, Koitalel Samoe, among other legendary heroes who fought for independence in this country on today, 19 October 2022. Mr. Speaker, and therefore I request understanding order 52.3 that I request humbly that you refer this matter to the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and wish you and wish everybody happy Koitalel Day and also tomorrow Mashuja Day. Thank you, sir.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to raise a statement on human-wildlife conflict in Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the incessant human-wildlife conflict in Taita Taveta County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline the long-term strategies put in place by the Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, to ensure that the encroachment of wildlife into residential areas and farms is dealt with permanently. 2, state the measures and interventions in place to compensate families affected by human-wildlife conflict with specific reference to victims of deaths, snake bites, and crop destruction, which were removed from the list of items for compensation, detailing the particulars of those compensated in the last 4 years. 3, state the amount collected by the Savo Conservation Area and remitted to the communities around the Savo National Park in the last 2 years in accordance with the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, which requires that a minimum of 5% of benefits from the national parks be allocated to local communities and neighboring a park. And 4, Mr. Speaker, outline the legislative interventions which the committee seeks to introduce to address the gaps noted in the above act, such as benefits due to communities neighboring the parks and mechanisms to address compensation for crop destruction and victims of snake bites, which have been exempted from the list of items for compensation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Moruma, the approved statement is substantially different from what you've just read out. Could you confirm the genuine statement so that we know exactly which one to go by? Maybe you may want to approach the clerk's desk to confirm that. What is your point of order, Honorable Kalalwe?
Mr. Speaker, that is a serious deviation. It's a serious deviation from procedure. Our understanding is that before a member reads a statement, he has received the consent of the office of the Speaker, and the Speaker has read and approved that statement. So if the member is reading something which is divergent, Mr. Speaker, it means it is without your approval, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, according to our standing orders and traditions, you should strike it out, and the member to seek a fresh opportunity to read his statement, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Senator, and that's why we need to verify, because it is the approved statement that carries the day, not any other statement. So has he read that correctly? So then we're... So why did we approve to... Senator Moruma, you may take your seat. I think we have managed to get to know where the problem is. And indeed, you have read the correct statement, so we rest that matter at that. Before we proceed, I'd wish to order that the statement by Honorable Senator Chirangai be committed to the JLI Committee for action. Honorable Ndama, what is your point of order, Honorable Cheptok?
Mr. Speaker, we are almost believing that the Honorable Senator misled by reading the wrong statement. So, Mr. Speaker, who is misleading the House?
Honorable Senator, that matter has been dealt with. We rest. Ledama, Honorable Ledama, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to comment briefly
on the statement that has just been read by the distinguished senator from Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, we traveled to Masimba, where 4 Maasais were killed by the police as a result of the demonstration by women because of a serious human-wildlife conflict. At that particular time, Mr. Speaker, the issue which has been canvassed by the distinguished senator was supposed to have been dealt with. We came up with 4 measures that were supposed to be taken by the executive, and these were confirmed by the current Interior Minister that the people who have been killed or whose crops have been destroyed will be compensated. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, my own father, crops and wildlife were affected way back in 1983, and until today, he has never been compensated. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which I hope that this committee now will take it very seriously, because if you go to the Hansard of Parliament, meaning the Senate and the National Assembly, you'll find this matter being dealt with year in, year out, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that this time around, we can begin to really pronounce ourselves. And I really wanted to request the distinguished senator from Taita Taveta that instead of just asking for a statement, I think it's about time that we should now move a motion so that the Senate can be able to pronounce itself on this matter. There are so many people in Taita Taveta, so many people in Kajiado, so many people in Narok who are killed on a daily basis by wild animals. We value these wild animals so much because they bring us a lot of tourist dollars. In fact, in some instances, Mr. Speaker, when the people of the Maasai kill a lion, they are sent to jail for 5 years. But when that lion kills that Maasai, they are, nothing. They're never compensated. So I think it's about time that we start valuing. And also, we should start respecting the pronouncements from this House. When we stand here and we represent our people, we plead to the national executive, or rather the executive, to be able to compensate those people. Let us not just be lip servicing here on all the time. We traveled there with so many of us, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that this committee that you'll commit this statement on, to consider, if it is not the distinguished senator from Taita Taveta who will move a statement, the committee in itself, suo motu, should come up with a motion so that we can finally pronounce ourselves on this issue of human-wildlife conflict. Mr. Speaker, I really thank you for allowing me to comment on it. Thank you.
Honorable Oyotsi, please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Is it a comment or a statement?
Statement.
Oh, statement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request for a statement on the healthcare service provision at the Vihiga County Hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the state of healthcare service provision at the Vihiga County Hospital. In the statement, the committee should, 1, shed light on the allegation of negligence and bribery for service provision at the Vihiga County Hospital, giving details of those involved in the bribery allegation and outline the disciplinary measures, if any, preferred against officers found culpable. 2, table an audit of the medical service provision and related function undertaken at the Vihiga County Hospital in the last 36 months, stating the amount of public funds utilized within the period. 3, ascertain the current state of service provision at the hospital, making reference to the actions taken by the county government to rid the hospital of corruption and mismanagement, and table a report on the corrective action. And lastly, outline targeted intervention aimed at improving the status of service provision at the facility to ensure that the hospital achieves proper level 5 status, noting that the
What
county...
is your point of order, Senator Lakby?
Mr. Speaker,
Senator Osozi, kindly yield.
Mr. Speaker, did you see what nominated senator from Samburu? She just left the clerk's table and she walked across without following the correct procedure of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, unfortunately, she's very lucky. I didn't see her, so she may get away with that. Osozi, please.
Okay, Speaker, I'll repeat the last point. The last point outlined targeted interventions aimed at improving the status of service provision at the facility to ensure that the hospital achieves proper level 5 status, noting that the county does not have a level 5 hospital. Mr. Speaker, if you wish comment, a few weeks back, we received information that there are individuals who are asking for bribes at the Vihiga County Hospital for patients to be treated. And indeed, the county government carried out investigation, and one person was arrested, who is not even an employee of the hospital, who has been at the hospital receiving money, and probably there are others from patients so that these patients can be treated. Mr. Speaker, clearly...
Honorable Senator, after you've read the written statement,
yes,
you cannot proceed.
That's why I asked for permission to make a few
comments. Which has not been granted.
Yes.
You'll have a moment once the statement is committed. At some opportune moment, you will have that opportunity to do exactly what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr.
So once
Speaker.
you've read it, let's leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe there's no senator who wants to speak to that statement. Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to make a request for a statement on the status of viability of Lake Turkana wind power project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on the status of viability of Lake Turkana wind power project. In the statement, the committee should, 1, disclose the terms of contract between Lake Turkana wind power project and the government, giving the particulars of the individuals who signed the contract on behalf of the government. 2, state the amount in sales of units the project has sold on the government, to the government since it began operations. 3, apprise the Senate on the status of construction of electricity line from Lake Turkana to Naivasha, stating whether the project was tendered, providing details of who won the award, disclosing penalties, if any, the government has been billed and paid for the delay in the construction of the line. 4, state the amount of funds the project earned in the carbon credit since the project began, stating the amount remitted to the communities around the project, and state the share of the project due to the communities around the project who contributed the land. Senator Mohammed Said Chute, Senator for Marsabit, dated 14th October 2022. I have the second statement.
Proceed to request another statement.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations regarding the process of acquisition and distribution of relief supplies to Marsabit County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, table a detailed report of the amount of relief supplies provided by the government to the people of Marsabit County in tonnage in the last 5 years. 2, disclose the nature, type, and the cost of relief food supplies that have been disbursed to the county in the last 5 years, stating the particulars of the beneficiaries, indicating the benefiting sub-counties. 3, audit the procedure of how the suppliers are arrived at, stating the tendering process, providing the details of who won, and the cost of the award. And 4, state measures, if any, to ensure that such relief supplies fully benefits the targeted communities in the future. Senator Chute Mohammed, Senator for Marsabit, dated 18th October 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dr. Lelegwe. What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-3. And Mr. Speaker, I know it's your discretion, and some of these issues are of great concern, especially the Turkana wind power. When you read it as where a statement has been requested from a committee pursuant to paragraph 1, the Speaker may allow comments in relation to the statement for not more than 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this is your discretion, but appreciating the fact that some of these are live matters, you'd request at least allow one on one side, minority and majority, or 2 per side, so that at least, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to speak to these live issues. I know we are running against time, appreciating the fact that there are a number of statements. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, I beg of you at least give us one side, majority one and maybe minority one, so at least so that we can contribute, Mr. Speaker. I'm not encouraging the culture of riding, but at least allow us to ride to some point. Thank you.
I want to believe the requests that on screen are for contributing to the 2 statements made by Honorable Chute. If you don't intend to speak to those statements, please exit the screen so that we pick the members who would wish to speak to those statements. Honorable Siengo. We're going to pick one senator from each side on the statements made by the Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would want to say that the issues that the Senator brought on board are very key. And I think the concerned committees can take charge and give more information and details on the same. Thank you.
Senator Cheptumo.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on one of the statements which has been referred to my committee. And the issue of distribution of relief food in these affected areas, Mr. Speaker, is a very critical issue. Sometimes the food supplied from the national government are not reaching the affected persons. And I think, Mr. Speaker, in those areas where citizens are being assisted by government supplies for food and so on, it is important that this House, and Mr. Speaker, what we are going to do even in this statement, we are going to really take it upon ourselves, so that then the supplies from the national government taken to the regional, the county, and to the sub-county offices, Mr. Speaker, are able to reach the affected people. Even the ratio, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, when I was serving Baringo North as a member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, we received communications, and I even think yourself, you also, Speaker, when you are a member of parliament, you used to receive letters from the OP saying 90 kilograms, 50 or 30 or 100 bags are being supplied to the sub-counties. But practically, Mr. Speaker, when you go there, you may receive less than that. So it is really very critical that the government ensures that what is being allocated to our locations, our sub-locations, and our counties, indeed is actually delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to appreciate the statement from the member, and as the chair and my team, we are going to go into this deeply so that, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans will benefit from what government provides.
Thank you. Now, on those statements, Senator Dr. Lelegwe, make your request.
Honorable Speaker, I raise to seek a statement on the state of alleviating drought and famine in arid and semi-arid areas, and indeed other affected areas of Kenya. That pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, I seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the drought and famine crisis in arid and semi-arid areas, ASAL of Kenya, and indeed all other affected areas of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should, 1, state the measures put in place to alleviate the scourge of drought and famine in ASAL areas and other areas of Kenya affected, stating when the drought will be declared a national disaster. 2, disclose how much relief has been disbursed since the start of the drought, both in terms of food rations and any other humanitarian assistance to drought-hit communities of Kenya. And 3, appraise the Senate on the measures put in place to protect the livelihood of the drought-affected communities, especially including stating the regions targeted by the National Meat Commission for the livestock off-take program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to assume we don't have a senator who would wish to speak to that. Senator, I'll give 2, 1 from each side. We'll pick from Senator Mungatana, and then on this side, immediately after Mungatana, we'll take Senator Ledama, and we'll move to the next.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank Dr. Lelegwe on this issue of drought. Mr. Speaker, as the committee looks at this, his statement and the request, can they add, Mr. Speaker, why is it that in these northern or arid and semi-arid regions, we cannot have these huge silos so that food can be put, because it is such a predictable thing, Mr. Speaker. There is the rainy season, and then there is the dry season, and then there is drought. Mr. Speaker, it used to be, at least we used to know in those days, Mr. Speaker, that there used to be strategic grain reserves It's now a matter of national security, that in our regions, such as Tana River, Mr. Speaker, we do not have those strategic reserves. We do not have places where we can be assisted when there are problems, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know what is the problem, because, Mr. Speaker, even in the olden days, the Egyptians, and in the Bible we read from Joseph, you just put some, in the good times, you spare some for the bad times. What is it that the government cannot do to help these areas, Mr. Speaker? So as they commit, may the relevant committee that we are speaking about, Mr. Speaker, consider this also as a security matter, to put strategic grain reserves in some of our places like our county, Tana River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ledama. What is your point of order, Senator Dr. Lelegwe?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise on Standing Order 53, 3A. Mr. Speaker, sir, last week on Thursday, there was an adjournment of motion to discuss the matter of drought in Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you note that during that, the debate on that motion, most senators could not contribute on that matter, very important matter currently in Kenya, because of time. And this necessitated my statement today to seek this statement so that senators get opportunity to speak on this matter. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I have heard your ruling that you're giving 2 senators from either side time to contribute. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very important matter, and I request that if possible, you give enough time to senators to contribute on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you therefore suggesting that the chair is out of order?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker, sir, not at all. I'm just requesting that you give us enough time, because this is a very important matter in our country now.
That's not a point of order. Honorable Senator Ledama, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Once again, let me begin by thanking the distinguished senator from Samburu for raising this matter. And this is a matter that we must talk about it on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, when you wake up in the morning and you watch CNN, they will give you the news. 20 minutes later, they will remind you the news that they gave you, and they'll keep reminding you until someone takes action. Drought is ravaging our economy. Our people, the pastoralists, are now languishing in poverty because of drought. And this is a matter that we all know that there's no way that we can detect drought. It is not like any other natural hazard, like a tornado, which you can be able to detect. It is something that we need to learn so that we can prepare for it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the more we talk about the challenges that we face because of drought, the more this government should now start preparing itself. I want to echo the sentiments of the distinguished senator from Tana River, for saying that, why is it that every year we cannot prepare ourselves? I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's about time that we now start coming up with measures to conserve water. When we have floods, it is time for us to be able to preserve food for people, for areas which are hardly hit. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I happened to, when I was reading the news in the morning, I saw a picture of a journalist, Mashirima Kapombe, holding a child from Kilifi County, suffering because of the drought. You know, that child, people were able to see that child. But what about the other kids who are not seen by anybody? Who there's no journalists who go there to be able to see them? On a serious note, we talk about trying to improve the standard of living of our people. But I think it's just about time that we now start planning. We collect so much revenue from our counties. You know, I think every county, and this is the thing that I keep talking about, Mr. Speaker, that I think it's about time that this House of Union now should pronounce itself through motions, commanding each and every, or directing each and every county to set up an emergency fund, which then we can be able to source more revenue from it and map out, just like the way they can carry out a special plan to be able to collect revenue for building that county. They can also be able to carry out a plan to be able to know which are areas that are prone to drought. Mr. Speaker, if you travel today, and I want to repeat this again, if you go to Kajiado County as Kajiado County, and I keep talking about Kajiado County because among the two counties which are nearby, that belongs to the same economic bloc, which is the other county that I represent, Narok County. Kajiado County, when people in Kajiado County suffer, the people of Narok also suffer. Because all the cows of Kajiado County are moved. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I had a call from a friend of mine who now wants to get into the meat industry. And the first thing he said, I want to go to Kajiado. I think I'll go to Bisil Market to buy cows because they are now very cheap. You know, these are cows, Mr. Speaker, who a pastoralist has spent most of his life rearing that cow, feeding that cow, walking for miles on a daily basis to be able to feed cow for him to come and sell it at 1,000 shillings. If we care to listen, let us not just talk, let us move with action. And the new ministry set up by the president should now come up with a clear policy on how they will develop uptake programs that will buy the cows from the farmers at high prices, you know, and preserve that meat and sell it for more money. Mr. Speaker, to finalize, I think as we might be talking from two different aisles, but when it comes to an issue that will be able to destroy livelihoods, we should all stand together, talk together, and we should not only look at only our counties. I talk about Kilifi County because it pains me, Mr. Speaker, when I see a little child, a child who depends on the parents, a child who never asked to be born in this country is suffering. It pains me a lot, Mr. Speaker, when I see a child in Turkana, and I know that during the Division of Revenue Bill, we send billions of shillings to Turkana. In fact, Turkana is the county that gets the most revenue. But when people are dying there, that county government cannot say, would rather even take 30% of our shareable revenue and put it into the drought prevention measures. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech my colleagues here, and also the national government, that this time, now, it is about time that we move with action to save Kenyans from this ravaging drought. That is the only time we will be able to justify earning salaries, which is money that we are being paid by those poor people who are struggling to go to the shop to buy a kilo of sugar. They pay taxes, and we here, we spend millions of shillings wearing very expensive clothes, and we don't care about them. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope somebody out there will listen. I thank you.
I know members would wish to speak to this particular matter, but unfortunately, according to the standing orders, however generous I should be, I can only stretch it to 15 minutes. We have long gone beyond the 15 minutes on that particular statement, so we will rest there and move to the next statement. Honorable Ledama Olekina, make your request. If you're not ready, we'll understand. Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senator, sorry, just yield, have a seat. Sorry to interrupt. Allow me, senators, to make this communication before we allow the senator to make a request. Honorable senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from St. Christopher Mixed Day School, second school in Embu County. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Maybe I will allow the Senator of Embu County, if he's in the House, to take 2 minutes to welcome the visitors.
Bwana Spika, nimefurahia kusikia wageni kutoka Embu wametutembelea na wakaribisha wakuje waone vile tunafanya, na ni baraka, na pia nikiongezea tukiendelea vizuri mjue Bwana Spika, Embu kuna njaa, kiangalia kiambele ni shinda, mtuovale ni shinda, mbuzi inakufa, pia huko jimbo la Embu mambo ya miraa imekauka. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba
Honorable Senator, restrict yourself to welcoming the visitors.
Ndio ni sawa, lakini nimalizie Bwana Spika, pia mkiongea mambo ya janga la njaa mkumbuke jimbo la Embu, na pia tuone vile tunaweza kutengenezwa mapawa ya maji ndio tuweze kuwa na kilimo mzuri. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Senator Hamida, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Health on the circumstances that led to the death of Master Travis Minor at the Kenyatta National Hospital. In the statement, the committee should shed light to the circumstances that led to the death of Master Travis Minor, aged 2.5 years, who had a medical emergency of a fork jembe lodged in his head at the Kenyatta National Hospital, which occurred on Monday, 10th October 2022. Give reasons, number 2, for the inordinate delay in attending to the boy, noting the time difference between which the patient arrived in the hospital and the time when the patient was seen, considering the urgent and critical nature of the care he needed. Number 3, undertake an investigation into the conduct of the hospital in dealing with the patient and propose disciplinary actions on the medical officers found capable. And the last but not least, undertake a visit to the hospital to ascertain the state of healthcare provincial. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll allow some intervention on this because of its the weight at which we have seen this particular issue, especially in the mainstream media. So I'll allow, if we are brief, we'll hear more senators, because I only have 15 minutes to offer. Stewart Mazayo, Senator for Kilifi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kumpatia kongole dadangu Hamida kwa kuweza kuleta taarifa kama hiyo. Cha kwanza ni kwamba nakubaliana na vile alivyosema vyote, kwamba mtoto aliyepatikana na lile jembe la kulimia ama la kujenga ama la aina gani, lakini tuliliona katika magazeti limepigwa picha, lilikuwa limeingia kweli kwenye kichwa. Na mimi naunga mkono kabisa kwamba kulikuwa na uchelewefu wa madaktari kumhudumia yule kijana. Lakini hilo silo jambo peke yake. Bwana Spika, ukosefu wa madaktari ndani ya hospitali ambapo wameandikwa katika hospitali zetu za county, sasa inaonekana wamezembea zile kazi. Bwana Spika, utajua kwamba ni miezi kama miwili hivi ama mitatu iliyokwisha hili bunge la kitaifa lilimpoteza mheshimiwa Kamoti ambaye alikuwa amepata ajali katika barabara ya Mombasa na Kilifi, na alipelekwa hospitali kuanzia saa 2, Bwana Spika, saa 2 usiku. Madaktari walikuja saa 8 baada ya masaa 6, na hospitali ya Kilifi iko pale pale, na pale mahali ambapo accident ilitokea ni kama kilomita 2 ama kilomita 3 kuweza kufika katika hospitali. Na wako wale wale wasamaria wema ambao walipoiona ile accident kitendeka, waliweza kumchukua huyo mheshimiwa haraka sana na kumpeleka hospitali pale pale Kilifi District Hospital. Jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba kama mheshimiwa angekuwa daktari alikuwa amekuja pale mapema, pengine baada ya kama nusu saa ama baada ya dakika 15 ama baada ya dakika 5 baada ya yule mheshimiwa kufika hospitali, tuna imani ya kwamba mheshimiwa Kamoti, William Kamoti, ambaye alikuwa wakili mkubwa sana ndani ya Kilifi, Pwani na Kenya nzima, na alafu alikuwa mwakilishi wa Rabai, asingepoteza maisha yake. Bwana Spika, tunaona jambo kama hilo pia katika swala alilouliza seneta wetu, ni kwamba kukosa kwa madaktari katika hospitali katika masaa yanayotakana kama mgonjwa ameshafika ni jambo ambalo sasa linaonekana linaanza kupata moto kila mahali. Ikiwa inaweza tendeka huko maeneo kama ni ya Kisumu, yametendeka Kilifi, yanatendeka mengi sana hapa Nairobi. Ninaunga mkono ya kwamba ikiwa hiyo statement itakwenda, pia ile ya mheshimiwa Kamoti iweze kuwekwa ndani na kuangaliwa ni kwa sababu gani madaktari walikuwa hawako kazini, ama kama walikuwa kazini ni kwa nini walichelewa kumhudumia mheshimiwa, pamoja na yule ambaye dada Halima amesema pia ingekuwa vyema hii kesi ya mheshimiwa iweze kuingia katika msondo huo. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue of Travis is a very saddening issue. As a mother losing your 2-year-old, simply because, Mr. Speaker, you've gone to your public hospital, one that is supposed to offer services in this country. And as a mother, the pain that we go through as mothers, simply you cannot be attended to, Mr. Speaker, because you do not have enough money. And all the doctors do at Kenyatta Hospital is to look at this innocent kid and take photos. Mr. Speaker, it's a very saddening issue. At this time, losing kids, and yet we've invested in hospitals. More case, example, Kenyatta Hospital. Mr. Speaker, this matter should be highly investigated. We are saddened by the response of Kenyatta Hospital. We should not be losing our kids. I believe this is a very traumatizing situation to the mother as a nation. We send our condolences, and we ask that the committee, we request as mothers in this house, as parents in this house, that the committee should take first priority in dealing with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the 15 minutes are over. As I had told the speakers that if you take less time, we'll allow more senators to speak. But the 2 senators, especially the senator for Kilifi, decided to speak for more than 10 minutes. It's a live matter, yes, but we are guided by standing orders, and I'm going to read the particular standing order. That the Speaker may allow comments in relation to the statement for not more than 15 minutes. Next statement. Senator Mwenda Gataya. What is your point of order, Honorable Kalwale?
This is a matter on procedure, and it requires that you give us a considered ruling.
Yes.
The procedure you are speaking to is Standing Order number 53. 53.3 allows you, Mr. Speaker, in 53A to allow for 15 minutes. But the same 53 in subsection 4 then invites the Speaker by saying the following, Mr. Speaker, that the Speaker may allow the senator who made the request for a statement under this paragraph or any other senator to make comments or observations in relation to the report tabled under 3 for not more than 20 minutes. Yes, I know the meaning of the word report. The medium of learning where I went to school was English, so I understand it very well. Whatever you table here is a report. You are reporting to us. So to me, I require that we don't rush. We allow the Speaker to make a considered opinion. It could be that a total of 35 minutes is available, because in 4 we have 20 minutes, and in the other one we have 15 minutes. Surely on a matter of grave national importance like this child, grave national importance like the drought that is ongoing in the country, this Senate would not have contemplated a situation whereby we are gagged. They would have wanted that we speak better and more on this very important issue.
Honorable Senators, we have a lot of business. The chair is speaking. We have a list of business to conduct. And I'm not in any way demeaning the case of this child by limiting time. In fact, I'm not limiting time. The time given to the chair to offer for debate is 15 minutes, not more than 15 minutes. We have done those 15 minutes. I have gone through the standing orders to see another order, standing order, that will allow me to expand, that is called abuse, to expand that particular order. And the reason why I feel we'll still have an opportunity to speak to this matter is when, at the committee level, and when the report is tabled, because then you will have interrogated the report and gotten to know exactly what caused the hospital to behave the way it behaved. So an opportunity is coming, Honorable Senators. Let us rest that particular matter there and proceed. Senator Gataya, proceed, please. What is your point of order, Senator Cheranga?
Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me from Senator Joyce. Mr. Speaker, you are the only one who can rule out of order. Understanding order 52.3, as you have said, just to assist the House to make progress in future. Does it mean you need to guide us so that when you say 15 minutes, the way Senator Madzaya has spoken on this issue for more 10 minutes, can you in future guide us so that if you allow 15 minutes, at least say 2 minutes for each senator, so that in an alive matter like the death of this child, which affected the country and is a serious issue, should be handled. So, Mr. Speaker, as you make your Solomonic ruling, you guide us that in future, Mr. Speaker, let every senator who want to make a comment, not a debate, to use only 2 minutes so that a number of us can contribute, Mr. Speaker. And I hope this matter of this child that unfortunately died in Kenyatta National Hospital, Mr. Speaker, should be dealt with family, and somebody must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, sometimes it is no good for the chair to micromanage honorable members. If we know very well that the window we have is 15 minutes, and it's a weight matter, and every senator wishes to contribute, the chair need not micromanage you. However, having seen that we're unable to manage our time, allow me, in the next statement, where such an opportunity arises, to micromanage. And I'm really sorry, but I'll have to do it. Thank you. Senator Getaya, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am here to request for a statement on the relocation of government administrative services from Chuka Town to Kadwana Town Headquarters, Tharaka-Nithi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Order Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding the relocation of government administrative services from Chuka Town to Kadwana Town Headquarters in Tharaka-Nithi County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, investigate the reasons why there are no government officers in Kadwana, which is the Gazetan County Headquarters, despite public participation and consensus. Honorable Speaker, this defeats the spirit of devolution, as investors, business people, and the public are unable to receive services. 2, the committee at the same time is supposed to facilitate the actualization of county headquarters and ensure the public officers move to the designated county headquarters from Chuka Town. And 3, the same committee is supposed to recommend for the towns of Chogoria, Chuka, and Marimanti to be designated as commercial industrial towns. So, Honorable Speaker, it is very important for us, this House, through the Committee of Devolution, to know that today Kadwana, which has been in existence since the inception of the devolution, has been engrossed in quarters for the last 10 years. This one, Honorable Speaker, is killing the spirit of devolution, because through consensus, through public participation, the people of Tharaka-Nithi woke up one day and
Honorable
decided
Senator, once you're done with your written statement, you move
thank
to the next. You don't debate your own.
Well on guided, Honorable Speaker. So I have a second statement. I don't know whether I have to. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, I have another statement on a request for a statement on the diversion of the rivers originating from Nyambene Hills and Mount Kenya by the locals in Meru County. I think this is misspelled. I rise pursuant to the Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the diversion of the rivers originating from Nyambene Hills and Mount Kenya by the locals in the neighboring Meru County. In the statement, the committee, Honorable Speaker, should explain why the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation has not taken in action to deal with the incessant drying of the rivers in Tharaka-Nithi during the dry season. Number 2, apprise the Senate on the status of investigations into locals who block and divert the rivers from flowing from Nyambene Hills and Mount Kenya to their farms. 3, the same committee, Honorable Speaker, is supposed to explain the recourse available to the residents whose livelihood and livestock are being affected as the drought situation is alarming. And the last one, Honorable Speaker, recommend investigations and interventions by WARMA to alleviate the ongoing drought crisis. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mwenda Gataya, more fire Tharaka-Nithi County.
Thank you. I want to believe that we're okay with those statements. There's no intervention. We move to Senator Gloria Oroba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Senator Gloria Oroba, who has given me authority to read this statement on her behalf, and the same has been communicated to the clerk, and approval sought and granted. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication, and Technology on allegations of poor data protection measures in the SIM card registration process. In the statement, the committee should, 1, give the scheduled timeline when the approved data protection general regulations submitted by the 2021 task force under the Data Protection Commissioner of Kenya's office will come into force. Number 2, table a list of all licensed data controllers and processors. Number 3, outline the step-by-step procedure used in the SIM card registration process, stating the storage of this data, noting that such data should not be transferred or cross Kenya's borders. Number 4, verify the physical location of the storage of the data collected by telecommunication companies such as Safaricom, Airtel, noting the sensitive nature of personal data such as individuals' photos and ID numbers, giving reasons for the need of additional sensitive information such as data owner's photograph of the face in contravention to the Kenya Information and Communications Consumer Protection Regulations 2010. Number 5, investigate the manner of collection, processing, and storage of data, stating the security measures in place to limit access and manipulation by third parties. And the last one, state targeted interventions to curb the illegal sharing of personal information and invasion of privacy by marketing firms and companies promoting products and services. Senator Raphael Chimera on behalf of Senator Gloria Oroba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In the absence of intervention on that particular statement, I'll call upon the majority leader to issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 25th October 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the majority is accompanying the Deputy President to a national function, and therefore he has appointed me to hold his brief. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the Standing Order number 57-1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 25th October 2022. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, tomorrow, 20th of October, is a public holiday, and as such, the Senate Business Committee has not scheduled any business for this House. Regular sittings of this Senate will resume on Tuesday, 25th October, and on that day, Mr. Speaker, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. This is projected to contain business that will not be concluded from today's order paper at orders number 8, 9, and 10, and any other business scheduled by the committee. 3, the order paper of Wednesday, 26th of October, 2022, and for Thursday, 27th October 2022, will contain business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, 25th October 2022, and Wednesday, 26th October 2022, respectively, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee, as well as petitions and statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, the standing committees of the Senate are now fully constituted. I take this opportunity to congratulate all members who have been appointed to serve in the committees and wish them the very best in the discharge of their duties. I also hasten to congratulate those members of the standing committees who've been elected chair and vice chair respectively. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm aware that the process of elections to the positions of chairperson and vice chairperson of the various committees is still ongoing. I urge the senators who will be elected to these positions to take on their responsibilities with utmost dedication so as to ensure that the Senate effectively discharges on its mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, several statements have already been requested and accordingly committed to the relevant committees. Additionally, a number of petitions have been filed and one has been presented to the House, was presented to the House at yesterday's sitting and was committed to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing. On this and other business of the House, I would like to emphasize on the need for the committees to adhere to the timelines set out in the standing orders. This will ensure that the business of this House is disposed of in a timely manner. Standing Order number 56/1/A provides that a committee chairperson may make a statement relating to a matter for which the committee is responsible. I urge committee chairpersons to use this mechanism to regularly apprise the House on the activities of the committees so that the House is adequately informed and appropriate guidance on the next course of action is given in good time. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, but not least, a number of critical bills that lapsed at the end of the 12th Parliament are being republished. Senators and committee chairpersons who wish to sponsor such bills are once again encouraged to liaise with the Office of the Clerk at the earliest opportunity to have the bills fast-tracked. I thank you, and before I lay the paper, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to congratulate members from the minority side of this House and the majority side of this House. We have been around, and we have already seen that you are a new crop of senators who are completely committed. Nobody has embarrassed us on issues of a motion collapsing because of lacking people who can contribute. And also, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of quorum has not been a problem. I lay the statement, and I thank you and thank everybody.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Approval of senators to serve in the County Public Accounts Committee, County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee, and the Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Honorable Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday, I'm happy at least I've been given my minutes back. Yesterday I began and there was only 1 minute. I stand to support the leadership of the House and to appreciate the leadership of the House for the honorable senators that have been placed in these crucial committees of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the Senate serves to protect the interests of the counties and the county governments. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noticing that the Supreme Court, in its latest ruling touching on the Senate, only reaffirmed what is well stated in the Constitution about the mandate of this honorable Senate. The Supreme Court stated that the Senate has powers to summon governors, to answer to questions, and not only to answer to questions, but Honorable Speaker, to give any information that the Senate may require. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noticing that our people deserve accountability and transparency in the usage of resources that have been sent to the counties, either from the national government or the ones that are locally generated. And it is for this reason that I support the formation of the county, the three committees that have been presented here. And we as a Senate are looking forward to their serious work and oversight of the county funds. And Honorable Speaker, this is crucial because as a Senate, we need to be sure that resources that have been sent to the counties are properly used for the benefit of our people. And that, Honorable Speaker, that our people also get value for monies that are spent by the executive back out the counties. Honorable Speaker, in the past, there are governors, and it is on record that I've found it, have not come to the Senate when they are summoned by the public, the county, the committee that we are approving now. And Honorable Speaker, we are only referring to them as a Senate, and especially this fourth Senate, that we are looking forward to the governors responding to the summons and to answer questions from the Senate committee. And not only answer questions, but we want to see that the funds that have been sent to the counties are well used. Honorable Speaker, other than the well usage of these funds that are sent, we also want from the PIC that the investments that are done, done at the counties are done to the expectations of Kenyans, and of which this Senate is looking forward to oversighting. I therefore therefore support the composition of the three committees that were presented to the floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support this motion with the fact that I'm one of the members in public accounts that has been proposed by the leadership. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, we did amend the standing orders, and now we have Public Investment Committee. And I'm aware my brother, Senator Otsotsi, is salivating seriously for the chairmanship of that committee. And also Senator Eddie Gisheru from Migori has also similar appetite. Mr. Speaker, and also delegated legislation. I can't understate the role of these three important committees. Mr. Speaker, having the high side of having served in Public Accounts Committee for almost 3 years in the last session, there are many challenges. And Senator Mladama, myself, a number of colleagues, I think Senator Dulo, a number of members have been regular in some of those committees. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of lessons that we can learn from there, Mr. Speaker, a number of them. One is that, and Mr. Speaker, it is also good to acknowledge that you are a good client to our committee on a number of occasions, and you did appear before us. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you are a good example, that there is no day that when you are the governor of Kilifi, you did decline or became contempt towards this important Committee of Public Accounts. You diligently, with a lot of commitment and passion, appeared when called upon, provided the necessary evidence and necessary support to the committee that assisted us in doing our work. And your senator was always there, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Stewart Madzayo. And Mr. Speaker, there were a number of governors who used to not obey, not appear, Mr. Speaker, and it is very embarrassing. And you know, Public Finance Management Act, and you know, Mr. Speaker, you need to whisper to some of your colleagues, former colleagues. Article 2265 says that even if you leave that office, you can still be held liable while you are in that office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you had disobeyed or not appeared before our committee, it would have raised serious issues before even we elected you as the Speaker of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is important that our governors, wherever they are, they must be held accountable. And there is no option. There is no two-way traffic about it, Mr. Speaker. And I want to call upon the committee to do their job without fear, favor, or contradiction, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow individuals to just, Mr. Speaker, there are many billions of money that we gave out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Senator Ledama here alluded the fact about the revenue formula. We had a push and pull, Mr. Speaker. Those days they were Kenya Kwanza. Some of me, myself, Mr. Speaker, I was a general of 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, and I still stand by that principle, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of colleagues who were gaining counties and decided to join the losing counties then. And where we are, it is embarrassing that after fighting so hard for 3 months, Mr. Speaker, on the revenue formula, as provided by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that money cannot be accounted for. In fact, the counties that are affected by drought and the counties that are affected by famine are the ones with the most billions. When I said that, many people said, they misquoted me in media and said, I said you cannot allocate money to trees, Mr. Speaker. But that was a misquote. But it is the same counties that are lamenting because of drought, like Kajiado, like Turkana, and other counties, are the same counties that did get billions of shillings that cannot be accounted for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I call upon that when it comes to the Speaker, even my own county, it is raining daily. It is raining even today. It has rained, in fact, in Nandi, out of 12 months, it rains 11 months. But when you go to Nandi, there is nothing to show for it. There are no drugs in hospital from Kapsabet and other facilities. There are no drugs. There is no passable road as we talk, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we grow tea, we grow coffee, we get milk, Mr. Speaker. But all roads across the 6 sub-counties, be it from Aldai, Chesumei, Nandi Hills, Mgwen, Masop, and all other constituencies, Mr. Speaker, there is no passable road that allows our people to take their milk. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are approaching a season where maize is being harvested. We need those maize to be taken to National Cereals and Produce Board strategic reserves so that can be transmitted to counties that suffer with drought and famine, Mr. Speaker. But when you go to Nandi, God has blessed us with rains. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no road that is passable. And yet the governor is busy with public relations exercise, Mr. Speaker. I take the note of change on the Speaker's seat, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, governors should know that we are doing audit here. There is social audit that needs to be done to ensure we bring accountability, Mr. Speaker. As we talk today, Mr. Speaker, the county government, Mr. You are aware I have 20 minutes. Relax, my brother. Yes, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker, protect me from some egglers in this house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I wanted to make, I was on a good trajectory. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize. Protect me, Madam Speaker, from colleagues, my colleague senators who are shouting across the aisle, yet they are making very important point. There is a reason as to why in standing orders I have 20 minutes. It was not by default or by design. Madam Speaker, that is the essence. We need counties to hold accountable. What can we do, Madam Speaker? For 10 years now, devolution, in fact, when you go to some places, one angel will tell you, Madam Speaker, that CDF has done more than county allocation fund. And that is why when CDF was declared unconstitutional, Madam Speaker, there is a lot of hue and cry. People are telling even the president had to make a pledge that he will return the CDF. Why? Because there is eating. You go to Siaya, somebody has disappeared with 400 million. The EACC are down there, Madam Speaker. Every county has a story to tell, that there are so many village millionaires, as we talk today, and village billionaires, like Kakamega. None is not left behind. It looks like there is competition, Madam Speaker, on how to steal from public, especially in our devolved unit, Madam Speaker. It looks like the Council of Governors, when they meet, they ask themselves, how much have you stolen? As opposed as how much have you done for your people? Go to Narok County. No one can account for how much has been collected in Masai Mara up to date. It is shameful, Madam Speaker, that after 10 years, there is nothing to account for. Even in this city, Madam Speaker, even the national Nairobi Metropolitan Service that left, they left close to 100 billion of public debt, yet there were money that was allocated after the functions were being given to Nairobi Metropolitan Services. And when you ask somebody says the generals, the military are more effective. And because they know why, Madam Speaker, because they know you can't summon a general to the Senate because they have court martials. They are stealing through the military, Madam Speaker, and they must be called out as such. I can tell you the moment Nairobi Metropolitan Services, its audit report shall be double, Madam Speaker. Even the devil will cry and mourn because of the theft and plundering of resources that were meant for Nairobi City County, Madam Speaker. We must stand as a Senate. One of the role under Article 96 is in defense, Madam Speaker, of the devolution. And includes, Madam Speaker, at this point I want to call out the EACC. They are sleeping on the job. I summoned once time, Madam Speaker, when there used to be a party called Jubilee, when I used to be the Senate Chair, JLAC, I summoned the multi-agency that fight corruption that was being chaired by Attorney General Paul Kihara Kariuki, the former DCI, George Kinoti, the current DPP, Haji. And the only report that they tabled before my committee is that the only case that they have succeeded in prosecuting is finding 20,000 shillings over a small bribe. Madam Speaker, and you find big fish. And you know, at that time, the DPP had promised that he will go to whaling. He will not only go for small fish, he will just go whaling. He will go for the big whales who fight corruption. But up to date, you hear the CEO of EACC calling media and say, next week we are going to arrest some governors. But you never heard of it. Madam Speaker, we must be honest that the recommendations that we have made as a Public Accounts Committee, no one has acted upon, Madam Speaker. We have recommended. The EACC liaison officer sits in Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker. But no one, Madam Speaker, has implemented the recommendation. And therefore, Kenyans should not accuse Senate for being complacent in fighting corruption. Because our powers, as per the law, Madam Speaker, is that when, and I can see, I was, Madam Speaker, it is good, I remember my brother, Senator Gataya, famously called More Fire. I think it is official, because I have seen today, I didn't know it's an official name. More Fire, I think he has stepped out. I can see there is already fire in Meru, where the MCAs have worked out on Governor Kawira Mwangaza, Her Excellency. That is when the MCAs will initiate. I'm not imputing that they will initiate an impeachment motion in Meru County, but I'm saying when the MCAs initiate impeachment motions, it will give us those accountability tools. But Madam Speaker, the only fact that we can reach is to recommend, Madam Speaker. And that is why there are many cases, including the former governor of Kakamega. At that time, he went to court because he didn't want to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. Why did we have to go to Supreme Court to restate the obvious by saying Senate can oversight based on shareable revenue, Madam Speaker, and based on own source revenue? Because they want to hide. They want to run away. But we are saying, Murife, don't run away. They must be held accountable, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it is important that this accountability, and I want to appeal to Kenyans. And I remember when we appeared before a show last week with Senator Ledama, Madam Speaker, the Kenyans were asking, how can you account? Why are governors stealing? Why are counties no performance? But the tools of accountability that we have been given on, one of the critical, Madam Speaker, the critical important committee that defines this Senate is on the Public Accounts Committee. And therefore, I have seen the names. I've seen the name of the famous public watchman, Senator Okiya Mutata. He has done, Madam Speaker, Okoiti has done much more oversight in this country than any other person living among the 50 million plus, Madam. And I would want to see the fire, not literally, Madam Speaker, I would want to see that fire, Madam Speaker, during the public accounts on the submissions by county. I don't want to call it grilling. I don't want to call it summons. I think there is a confusion, Madam Speaker. But I would want to see is a man who has done good oversight over the years. Myself, Madam Speaker, my repute and my reputation precedes myself on the performance in that committee, Madam Speaker, and that is why you see, Madam Speaker, I don't know why my lecturer, Professor Tom Ojienda, Senator, my neighbor of Kisumu, is shaking his head, and he taught me very well. He should be happy that I'm doing very good. Madam Speaker, finally, Madam Speaker, on the issue of delegated legislation, and therefore, it is important that the committee membership I have seen is important. I hope we will be able. Madam Speaker, before I exit so that I go to the final part, I really want to thank the clerk's office through our clerk and a number of colleagues that we have worked together, the research, Madam Speaker. They have always given us an over, and even your office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, your office has been instrumental by providing us necessary support in terms of researchers, in terms when we are report writing, in terms of facilitating venues, Madam Speaker. I really want to thank the Speaker's office for doing a well-done job, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to ask all governors, there is no option. You must appear. You don't appear, we summon you. But, Madam Speaker, I pray one day that some of these governors who decline to appear before Senate, I pray and I want to challenge the IG nominee, Engineer Kohome, that some of these governors who refuse to appear, they must be frogmarched, they should be arrested. And I'm challenging, they should be arrested. There is no option. You are handling millions of money, Madam Speaker. Like the governor of Muranga, he refused to appear before our committee. But 2265, Article 2265 of the Constitution must kick in place. Governor Wange Wairia, he refused. Governor Oparanya, he refused. And you know, they don't have to cherry pick. It is the law. It is as good as that. So I'm just sounding a warning to governors, especially the new ones, that there is no option. They must appear. Governor Otichilo must appear on the issue of Avad. There is the issue of health issues that Senator Otsosi is struggling with. Those issues must be brought to accountability. And finally, on delegated legislation, I want to agree that members, Madam Speaker, that's a very important committee. But I am requesting, because I watched the nominee of Prime Cabinet Secretary, one of the constituents of Senator Otsosi, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, where even a question was being asked, and I think Senator Okongo Mugeni has said in delegated legislation, Madam Speaker, we must be creative. Why should we use a lot of resources to go through regulations and come and do analysis? Is there a way government agencies and parastatals and ministries ensure before they bring regulations to the parliament, whether it meets the constitutional threshold or not? Because at times, Madam Speaker, we do public participation as per Article 118, we do sittings, we do report writing, but it comes to the floor of the House, we annul. It is wasting of public resources, Madam Speaker, and therefore I call upon the Delegated Legislation Committee, please come up with a more innovative way so that we don't waste a lot of resources. Come and sit here, bring a regulation, dispute it, Madam Speaker, and then annul, because it wastes government resources. Though delegated is important, I want to ask, because that is how the executive and other government agencies normally sneak. Because when you look at the Data Protection Act, yesterday Senator Eldama mentioned it, they went and sneaked through the regulations of data regulations. When you look at the regulations and the main act, the parent act, it is totally different. And that is how government agencies mischievously, you ask them, where is it in the law, the parent act? They tell you it's not there, but they tell you to regulations. When you read regulations, it doesn't happen. Madam Speaker, I support this motion. I look forward to starting business. There is a lot of backlog of audit reports that we need to look about. And it is exciting, Madam Speaker, to work with Public Accounts Committee. I'm more than happy to serve this country and this nation and county governments in giving my best. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my submissions and I support.
Senator Ojenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was one of the senators who was supposed to speak, and I'm glad that I finally have the opportunity to make a contribution specifically to the committees. Madam Speaker, we cannot underscore the importance of the PIC and the PSC. We cannot underscore because the entire Senate, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ojenda, can we consult a little? Proceed, Senator Ojenda.
Madam Speaker, I think the confusion was, I'd indicated that I was supposed to read a statement on the Sondu boundary, the Kisumu County Kericho conflict, and I think I was cut short. I didn't have time to speak. But Madam Speaker, I was listed to speak on the three committees. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to highlight, number one, the importance of the PSC, and specifically on the question of oversight and the need to ensure, Madam Speaker, that senators...
Senator Ojenda, please approach.
Madam,
the chair. Senator Ojenda, proceed.
For the confusion, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to highlight and to support submissions that have been made by my colleague, Senator Cherargei, always raising issues. But, Madam Speaker, just to speak now is engaged from PSC. First of all, let me highlight on the outcome of the two petitions, petition 31 and 27, and the finding of the Supreme Court. The previous speakers have spoken to the importance of a summon to governors. And I think it is that accountability, Madam Speaker, that is important, that a personal surcharge will be a consequence of governors not appearing before Senate under 226(5). That, Madam Speaker, governors in this country must know that when Senate summons them, they have an obligation to appear. And I think this Senate must work differently from the previous Senate. That, Mr. Cherargei, this Senate must go beyond, over and above what you did, so that where a governor refuses to appear before the Senate, I think the Senate will take further action. I'm alive, Madam Speaker, for instance, to the statement that will be brought by the Senator for Narok, Honorable Ledamo Lekina, on accountability, on what Narok County has done to the park, and we have no clear accounts. Madam Speaker, we must emphasize that under this new Senate, now that the PIC is separate from the PSC, we want to see all those public investments and special funds set by counties accounted for. We want to see, for instance, independent institutions, for instance, in my county, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, coming up and showing us how it runs the facility, how it accounts for funds, how services are rendered to the public and to the citizens of the county. We want to see, Madam Speaker, delegated legislation working. We want to see the committee working and delivering. And when that committee sits, I hear Senator Omugeni is in that committee, that we see a result. We do not want to see a back and forth. Senator, the Senator for Kakamega has spoken to the question of accountability. Today he wears the big shoes of the majority leader. And he has pointed that under the Constitution, Chapter 10, Madam Speaker, accountability and basic accountability of senators and of all members, public officers, Madam Speaker, underpins the work of these sessional committees, the 3 sessional committees. And it is, Madam Speaker, a message that we must send to all governors, that this time round, let us do things differently in Senate. I don't need to take more time than that, Madam Speaker, but I support that all members in these committees, and I see diverse skills in these committees, have to rise to the occasion and do something differently. I understand, Madam Speaker, at the last Senate, chairman would have meetings with some of the people who are summoned, and some of these questions would then just disappear. That culture must stop. That culture must stop. We must have a Senate that accounts, a Senate that calls upon every governor in this country to account so that all those funds that are disbursed to those counties, Madam Speaker, find work in what they are intended for. We want to see roads constructed if there are funds that are supposed to be used for maraming or making transport easy. My learned friend has spoken to roads in his county. You cannot access them. And finally, Madam Speaker, it is the public that suffers where funds meant for public purpose are pilfered or diverted for use in other sectors, or find their way into the private pockets of the individual. Madam Speaker, it is sad, for instance, that we have heard of NMS and the act of non-service that it did to the people of the county of Nairobi, City County. We would want to see the report that my learned friend has spoken to, so that we know whether NMS served its purpose, created as it was when powers were given by the former governor of Nairobi City County, the Honorable Sonko, and I'm sure later he regretted his act. Madam Speaker, I rise to support. Thank you.
Senator Mariam. Is Senator Mariam here?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion. First of all, establishment of these 3 committees is very important. The reason is to examine county funds. And again, as a nominee to Public Account Committee, and I've seen these colleagues of mine also, which the nominees also, yesterday most of them talked, and they are capable, and also they can manage. As I am here also, I am new to this house, and also a new member to public committee. Doesn't mean I'm new to the finance institution. I'm an auditor. I think if I chip in, I can add more effort, and I'm an asset to the public committee. Again, Madam Speaker, the role of a senator is to oversight counties. As we are all elected, and our people are waiting to see if we are working or not. And the fund which is reimbursed to the counties must be accountable, must go to the right place, the right projects, and service delivery to the people. So, honorable senators, let's put our aim, our goal to our people to gain why we are here. We are here for a reason, all of us, for our people. And if governor their resistance to come in front of senators, let's be teamwork, and have a teamwork with committees, and we will get our goal to be as senators here, to oversight and investigate what is going on in the counties. Madam Speaker, I support the motion, and I believe I will add an effort, and I will be an asset to the Public Account Committee. Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion as drafted, and want to say that the Public Accounts Committee is a very important committee. Also, the committee dealing with the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, and similarly the Committee of Delegated Legislation. I would like to state that Article 226 is clear on accounts and audit of public entities, and the county is one of them. Unfortunately, for the last 10 years, the counties existed and have received billions of shillings from government coffers, and the Senate have worked very hard to make sure that they have money. Unfortunately, when you go to the grassroots, the counties, you find very little which can be associated with the counties compared to the amount of money is given. The reason CDF had worked very well is that the villagers, in every single village where there is a school or a project, the villagers will own the project and will be the first ones to oversight. And similarly, we still would request the same to Kenyans, that they also assist Senate in oversight, that we get information from the people working with the counties at the grassroots as a senator. If that information is equipped, then it makes our work very easy when we are dealing with these particular committees and when we want to make sure that there is accountability. I believe we have been given enough teeth to chew as a Senate, and we can summon these governors and they can appear here. We are not toothless bulldogs. We have teeth and we can bite under Article 125. In the event, it seems that that's not enough. 126.5 empowers you know the Senate to take action. And even if a governor does not show up, later on, even when he has left office, whatever monies he signed and got lost in him or her can still be pursued by different agencies which deal with this particular issue, and especially the anti-corruption agency, and does not spare that governor, whether he's in Senate or whether he has become a minister or whatever capacity that particular governor is serving in. And therefore, there is enough teeth to chew. Coming to the Committee of Delegated Legislation, I'm pleased to inform the House that I have served in that committee for the last 10 years in the National Assembly, and is equally a very, very important committee, especially when devolution units or ministries associated with the devolution make regulations, then they must come to this House. I remember there was a time there was an issue as to the application of Statutory Instruments Act into the Senate and to the National Assembly, and eventually this particular committee was created, and I believe it serves very well here. And not only the regulations created by the departments which are devolved, but also the regulation created by agencies in the counties. I believe some of agencies have an act of parliament, and some of those acts of parliament originated from here, or whatever is being done at the county assemblies, wherever they need the help of the Senate in relation to statutory instruments, or that sort of legislation made by authorities, some even at the grassroots, and also some at the national level, then they should be checked properly, and we make sure that that law conforms with the Constitution, it conforms with the existing law, and the regulations have properly been made, public participation having taken place. So I believe as a member in that particular committee, I'll be very useful in that particular matter. I'm also grateful to have been nominated without my knowledge to co-chair the matter dealing with the IALA. And I was among the first lawyers who went to the Eastern African Court of Justice to make sure that that particular, regulations and directions are made in the election, which will also happen in this House. And I believe, as alluded earlier by Senator Halwale, we will do our level best, follow the law to the letter, but we cannot stop parties from nominating Senator Halwale if they want to do so. And it is, eventually there will be an election as indicated by law and under the Election Act. That's what we found at the Eastern African Court of Justice. So by and large, Madam Speaker, you realize that devolution has to serve its purpose, and this House is very, very important. In fact, other than the interchangeability of which House is senior, in fact, now the National Assembly is being served by a senator, because once a senator, always a senator, and takes that leadership to that side. I still believe from the matters handled by this House, this is a senior House, and we have to leave to make sure devolution succeeds. Devolution cannot succeed when these two these two committees are not efficient. And I believe that we should be tough enough and follow up these monies and all the complaints be brought to book so that governors can respond. And I believe if there could be a need, because a committee serves with the powers of a high court, we should be able to move contempt proceedings against a governor. And at the same time, we could also rely on when a governor breaches the Constitution, because it amounts into the same thing, or disregards institutions of law, then that particular governor is impeachable. And I believe impeachment motions which begin at the county assembly and end up here can even be instigated by a senator in one way or another, so that a governor who is giving Senate a difficult time will still find themselves in trouble with the law, in trouble with the Senate, and are forced or removed or work for Kenyans, and make sure that public monies and what is supposed to work at the county really works. And one of the areas which has been a weakness is like when you are making roads, making sure that you comply with the quantities and that the real value, the value of the road and what is supposed to be done on that particular road is followed. And somehow there is a collusion of departments, and you find that a road which is supposed to have been worth a certain amount of money ends up with a very simple grading. And for that particular matter, a lot of monies are lost. So even a governor himself has to be very careful, has to be watchful, has to receive reports. And not only the governor, at times you may find a governor is not aware, although by virtue of his office he's supposed to be aware of everything. We have to make sure that the particular individuals are dealt with through our reports. And the moment we make recommendations which come to this floor of the House, then those recommendations have to be implemented by the relevant authorities like the DCI or the ESCC. And I believe if that happens, then we are going to improve Kenya, make devolution a reality. It has already made an effort. Devolution has worked to a certain extent. It has not been very efficient, but I believe through this House and through these two committees, devolution is going to be served very well, and we're going to improve the life of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Chiptuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this motion. And as I do so, Madam Speaker, in the 11th Parliament, I served as the chair of this committee in the National Assembly, and I think that is when I was with Mahanso. Mahanso was my member when I was chairing the Delegated Legislation Committee. Madam Speaker, Standing Orders 193, 94, 95 clearly sets out the functions of these committees. And as said by honorable members, Madam Speaker, they are very, very important in ensuring that devolution works. Madam Speaker, I just want to speak to this committee on delegated. Mr. Speaker, delegated committee is critical because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at every act of parliament, there is always a provision towards the end that the minister shall make regulations. That is what this House has done, that's what the other House has done, that in every act of parliament, there's always a provision towards the end that gives the minister in charge of that very area to make regulations from time to time. And Mr. Speaker, regulations.
What's your point of
order? Madam Speaker, on more than 2 occasions now, I've had my good friend, Senator for Baringo, referring to you as Mr. Speaker. I don't know, Madam Speaker, whether he does not believe that you are worth occupying that seat. So is he in order to refer you as Mr. Speaker? Madam Speaker.
Senator for Baringo, I am Madam. I have not yet changed that.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. And thank you, my learned senior, for raising that. It is really demeaning, and I really want to apologize, Madam Speaker. And I will try my best to ensure that So I was saying, Madam Speaker, that regulations has the full force of law. And that is why the issue of this House approving those regulations is because in the Constitution, the only institution that has the right to pass laws or regulations that has a full force of law is this House. So initially, before this issue of the Statutory Instruments Act came into force, Madam Speaker, what used to happen was that ministers used to make regulations, and they're implemented. And some of those regulations were very illegal. And that is why the whole process was reversed, so that under the Statutory Instruments Act, it is mandatory for a minister or an executive of an institution to ensure that all regulations passed are actually approved by the House, so that it gives the full force of law. And Madam Speaker, if you look at then again the order, the standing order establishing this particular committee, it sets out the requirements, what that particular regulation-making authority is supposed to look into before they bring those regulations here. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was chairing, as I said, delegated in the other house, we were annulling a lot of regulations because they was not following those standards that were set. And my appeal to the ministries, to the ministers, to the CEOs of those institutions, that it's important for them to acquaint themselves with the provisions of the Statutory Instruments Act, because that is the act that is able to set out what they are supposed to do in terms of public participation, complying with the relevant act of parliament, that is the parent act, and complying also with the constitution. So that is indeed very important, Madam Speaker. And I want to appeal to the members here that we will never compromise on these regulations. If they have not been able to follow those standards, the chair of this committee, I would encourage him to annul. That is the only way, Madam Speaker, they will be able to follow the procedure. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to agree with colleagues that these three committees are very important. I am aware, Madam Speaker, that there will be several regulations coming to this House, especially with the new laws that the Kenya Kwanza government is going to introduce to this House. And Mr. Speaker, it has the full force of law, and it is very important that we really look at all this. Madam Speaker, when we were in Ifasha, I asked the question, the scope of oversight by this House. And I think up to today, Mr. Minister, we still have that issue to discuss. And the functions of the two committees, the PIC and PAC, Madam Speaker, will really help us in ensuring that we are able to go down and ensure that the money we allocate to the counties is well utilized. And Madam Speaker, if you look at the membership of this committee, they are very serious senators. They have what it takes. And I'm very certain, and I have no doubt in my mind, Madam Speaker, that this House is going to use this committee to execute and to address the issues of devolution in a manner that the country will feel our presence and our function as a upper house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mogeni, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me an opportunity to make my contribution on this very important motion. I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking the leader of minority, Senator Stuart Mazayo, who has demonstrated that he's a leader with a conscience, who, Madam Speaker, has magnanimously surrendered his slot in the Committee of Delegated Legislation to Senator Kavindu. Madam Speaker, leadership must be coached with shame. A leader must have a conscience. A leader must have self-inspection. And Stuart Mazayo has shown that he can lead by example. What is even more more appealing to me is the fact, Madam Speaker, that Senator Mazayo has also surrendered his slot in the Committee of Labor in response to my cry that Senator Asige needs a slot in the Committee of ICT. So in sum total, Madam Speaker, Senator Mazayo, the Committee of Roads, Madam Speaker. So in total, Madam Speaker, as we speak this afternoon, Senator Mazayo, leader of minority, has surrendered 2 committees and is now a member of only 2 committees, Madam Speaker. And I hope, Madam Speaker, the remaining part of the leadership, those who are in the leadership, whip, and their deputy whip, should still reconsider that we need Senior Counsel Professor Tom Ojenda to get a slot in the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. Their leader, our leader, Stuart Mazayo, has led by example, and I also hope that they will respond accordingly. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the lucky members who have been successful in getting slots in these 3 committees, but more particularly the Committee of Park and the Committee of PIC. Madam Speaker, when I joined the Senate, I was told that one of the most difficult committees to join is the Committee of Park. And I came here with my CV as a former chair of Ethics and Anti-Corruption. And with excitement, I told my colleagues that I'm here. I'm here to bring the experience of fighting corruption from EICC. But I was told, my friend, Senator, that one is not easy. I've never been successful to date to be a member of that committee. That notwithstanding, our full confidence in the ability of the members who have been nominated to serve in those committees. And I'm sure that they will do a good work, maybe even much better than what we could have done. And I wish you success. But my appeal to the members, Madam Speaker, who have been privileged to join these committees, is that please assist the Senate in pushing the accountability card. Madam Speaker, since inception, and if you listen to the speech of His Excellency the President, we have sent close to 3 trillion shillings to the devolved units for the last 10 years. But when you go down to the ground, Madam Speaker, you don't see the impact. You don't see the impact on the ground, Madam Speaker. Year in, year out, Auditor General will present damning reports to this House on the corruption, mismanagement, misuse of public funds that takes place at the counties. It is sad, Madam Speaker, that 10 years after devolution, not even a single governor has been convicted for a corruption offense in any court of law in the Republic of Kenya. It is sad, Madam Speaker. It is even more saddening, Mr. Speaker, the trend that we have seen in the past 5 days or so, where even corruption cases that had been filed against governors are now being withdrawn, Madam Speaker. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that nobody will ever pay the ultimate price for corruption. It is sad, Madam Speaker. I could give you what the Auditor General has been reporting to this House. In one instance, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General told this House that county governments have deliberately failed to bank locally collected revenue, Madam Speaker. If I give you an example, Madam Speaker, of my county of Nyamira, Madam Speaker, our own source revenue, the projection, what is in the budget, Madam Speaker, is a collection of 258,592,832 shillings. But when the auditor goes down to Nyamira, Madam Speaker, the county is able to only account for 97 million, just 38% of own sales revenue, Madam Speaker, meaning a whooping 160,711,000 disappears into pockets of some people at the county governments. It's a shame. And as this happens, Madam Speaker, our counties have no drugs. The projects that were meant to have been completed in the first 5 years of devolution remain uncompleted to date. Madam Speaker, we are one of those few counties that 11 years after devolution, we have never completed the construction of our county headquarters. 11 years. We have never completed, Madam Speaker, construction of county assembly headquarters, Madam Speaker. My county of Nyamira, Madam Speaker, has never completed the construction of Doctors Plaza. We don't have offices for consultants, Madam Speaker. While we are stealing from the poor people of Nyamira 160 million every year, Madam Speaker. And as we speak today, Madam Speaker, nobody has been arraigned in a court of law as we speak. So the distinguished senators who are going to be members of this committee, please make a difference. We don't want you to write the book of lamentations. We want to see action. We want to see action. Because the Constitution has given us powers, like High Court of Kenya, Article 125, Madam Speaker. And we must thank the judiciary and more so the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker. We sat here for 5 years in the last parliament, Madam Speaker. We were not able to bring to the floor of this House Governor of Murang'a, Mwangi wa Iria, because he kept flashing a court order that the courts had told him he cannot be summoned by the Senate. But now the highest court of the land, and that decision is binding on all of us, including governors who have just been elected, the Supreme Court has now affirmed with finality, Madam Speaker, that this Senate has powers to summon governors. And I hope members of this committee, PAC and PIC, can one time convene a committee of the whole, and we have governors answering questions here from our respective counties, Madam Speaker. Because that is the main reason why Article 96 says senators are there to protect counties and the people who reside in counties, Madam Speaker. So the job is cut out for you, the 18 of you. So we really must ensure, Madam Speaker, that it's not a ritual of us sending money to counties and the money ends in the pockets of governors, and when it comes to this House, we create another fora of, I don't know what is the softer word which is parliamentary to use, where we are clearing and forwarding governors. We need to see consequences for those who steal public resources. Madam Speaker, the issue of automation, most of our county governments have never automated revenue collection, Madam Speaker. If you read the report that has been filed by the previous committees, Madam Speaker, on several occasions, Madam Speaker, the committee has made recommendations to various county governments that they should automate their reports. But even as we speak today, as I speak today, giving an example of the county of Nyamira, Madam Speaker, still collection of locally generated revenue is manual. The issue that was being raised by Senator Cherage about revenue from our national reserves in the Mau. It's the same problem. Senator of Narok will tell you here. It's the same problem, Madam Speaker, that there is no automation. So we have created a very easy ground for governors to enrich themselves, Madam Speaker, at the expense of the people who elected us and who had many dreams that devolution will change their lives. We must do something, Madam Speaker. So I'm appealing to my colleagues who are serving in these committees to make an impact. We should have this idea of telling us that EACC has forwarded a junior officer to sit as a liaison officer with EACC. It's not acceptable, Madam Speaker. We want a report to be given to us by EACC on the status of the cases, the corruption cases that have been filed in court against governors and the senior officers serving in county governments, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether we can use Article 125 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, to have the chief executive of EACC to appear before us and tell us, Madam Speaker, what are the challenges he's facing in ensuring that in line with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, prosecution of corruption cases should be within a period of 6 months. And they should be heard on a day-to-day basis. Why are these cases pending for more than 2 years in our courts of law? What are these cases that courts are giving priority more than the corruption cases facing our governors? These are the issues we need answers from EACC, Madam Speaker. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, in Nyamira, Madam Speaker, we intended to have a stadium within the first 2 years of devolution, after 2013. And there was a budgetary allocation, Madam Speaker, to construct a building, a stadium, at a budget of 62 million shillings. As we speak, and I'm sure Senator Ledama has details of this issue, we have paid a contractor more than 44 million shillings. But to date, we don't have a stadium. At least give credit to Governor Mutua. At least Machakos has a stadium. As we have paid 44 million shillings, but there is no stadium in Nyamira. Madam Speaker, the issue of mess equipment. We have paid a lot of money to this, I don't know who the proprietors are for these mess equipments. Huh? No, I'm saddened that we had a standing committee last time. We appointed a committee, a special committee, to do an audit on that issue of mess equipment, Madam Speaker. And you can imagine, Madam Speaker, for 3 years, the county of Nyamira paid 93 million for equipment that you don't see. The next financial years, it was raised to 95 million. By the time the Senate was probing that issue, Madam Speaker, that money had risen to 200 million shillings, Madam Speaker, for at least medical equipment, Madam Speaker. So these are issues, Madam Speaker, that we want distinguished senators who have been privileged to be selected to sit in these committees to look into and give us answers, and where necessary, give recommendations for the culprits to be investigated, and where there is adequate evidence, they should be charged in courts of law. I support, Madam Speaker, this particular motion with the names that have been forwarded by our leadership, and where we have reservations, as I said, I hope that our leaders will soul search and do the necessary, just like what Senator Mazayo has done. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I have some communication from the Chair on visiting teachers and students from Pastor Mbago Victory Academy, Homa Bay County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Pastor Mbago Victory Academy in Homa Bay County who are on an academic trip. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Beatrice.
Madam Speaker, I take this chance to welcome the visiting delegation from Homa Bay County. On my behalf, as a senator from the county of Homa Bay, and on behalf of Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, who is the senator of Homa Bay County. Madam Speaker, it is very honorable to see the young pupils and their teachers visit the Senate. It is more exciting to me because I'm a teacher by profession, and I want to assure the teachers that it is because of the teaching profession that all of us are here. And so we thank you, teachers, for the work that you do, teaching our pupils and students back in your schools, and welcome to the Senate. Learning is a continuous process, and come again and again. Welcome on behalf of Homa Bay County. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with the debate, I'd like to call on Senator Lenku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion on the three committees as stipulated by law. I want to take this opportunity to thank this Senate and even to thank the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and the rest of the leadership the other side for nominating these members, senators, to these committees. We believe on them. We trust them. We know that they will make a difference to devolution. I know very well that we are here to provide oversight to our counties, even to the national government, and such committees are required to take up this responsibility and this role to make sure that we see the light at the tunnel. I believe that there are many things that need to be discussed by this committee or even to be brought on board, particularly on the issues that are affecting these counties and what the counties are doing or will be doing, probably on issues of budgets, planning. I know that is where the problems comes in. It happens, Madam Speaker, that I also have a lot of experiences in issues of devolution. I worked in over the last 10 years in counties as a county secretary in several counties, not even one. I was involved as a county secretary during the Transition Authority, later to county government of Narok, and again to Kajiado County. And I want to say this, that sometimes where the failure comes in is through planning. When the counties are planning their budgets, their plans, they do a lot of messes because you talk about revenue, so their own revenue. They exaggerate these figures, and towards the end, they end up having shortcomings in their collections. Much more on areas of even the allocations of funds provided by this Senate. or by the Senate. I know very well that we have a lot of issues of implementation of projects, issues of change of priorities, particularly when they do their priorities, their work plans to the COB, control of budgets. They have these good ideas. They even attach documentation to say that they have programs. They want to do this. They have very classic, very good programs. But immediately they do get their money, or they get the allocation from the control of budgets, they completely, governors change priorities. They change priorities regarding or in regards to what they want to pay or what they want to do. I think this is important that the committees, the 2 or 3 committees, look at it carefully, what the counties sometimes do as requirements or even allocations, or they are being given as an allocation. Their requests can be looked at it carefully. And I know very well that when we were in induction in Naivasha, the control of budgets came in strongly to say that at times she has no mandate to follow up on what counties or even get or even do after she do the authorization of the allocations of counties. So it is for this Senate, these committees, particularly the PAC and the Investment Committee, to look at it carefully. And I hope that probably we can even provide a way or an allocation, even if it is in the regulation, that the IFMIS rights can be given to senators, so that we can be have viewing rights to this IFMIS system that counties are using to do payments at any given time. Look at it, issues of a huge payments that are done by counties in terms of interest. They do a lot of interest, personal interest. They draw a lot of money, you see, to individuals, staff. And these are the money that the governors take back again to their own, or even the leadership of counties take back again from the staff. Probably the intention is to go for programs, official programs, but they seek back again and request that money back. So these are the kind of things that these committees can really look at and make sure that it's brought back to our attention as senators. Pending bills that has been a menace to these counties, even to the entire country. If you look at it, how the pending bills are, we have huge pending bills in these counties. People are really suffering because we have these hustlers who go seek, projects, to do projects in the counties. They go do with their own money, and then towards the end, the county doesn't pay them. It becomes a cry to the entire county because the banks' loans follow them, their properties are being, taken up back by the auctioneers. It is a very discouraging situation in the counties. So for me, I think I need to support this motion and support the list entirely for the 3 committees without wasting much more time. But I want to say that the committees has a lot of work to do. And I am happy that whenever we have our individual counties coming in for questions within these committees, then we are called upon to give the feedback on what is happening in the counties. Otherwise, I support the motion. Thank you.
Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the members who have been selected to these three very, very crucial committees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start with the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Madam Speaker, this committee is very important. I was a member of this House at a time when there was no such committee as a Committee of Delegated Legislation. And Madam Speaker, it was a very sad situation. I recall, Madam Speaker, when the laws on the Act for procurement was passed, and the old Procurement Act was very, very loose, and officers used to enjoy it. They used to like it so much. So, Madam Speaker, when the Act was passed and there was no committee on delegated legislation, it took more than 1 year for enabling regulations to be developed by the executive. Wherever we asked the minister why the procurement laws are not in place, we were told the regulations are still being worked on, because they just used to prepare the delegated legislation, which is in terms of regulations, gazette them, and that's all. And they can take their sweet time to do it. But, Madam Speaker, when this when this committee was formed, now the Parliament has a committee which can follow up and make sure that these regulations are developed and they are in the interest of the people, and they actually help in the implementation of the actual act as enacted by Parliament. Because regulations which did not come to Parliament, you were not sure that they were exactly implementing those provisions which were in the law. Madam Speaker, I urge our members who have been selected to this committee to work very hard to ensure that devolution works, because it is that committee which will ensure that the laws which are enacted by this Parliament, by this Senate, are actualized and are implemented and are put into force as intended by Parliament. Madam Speaker, on the Committee of Investment, Public Investment and Public Accounts. Madam Speaker, I recall that I have been a member of both committees in the National Assembly. And there's one time when I was even Vice Chairman of Public Accounts Committee. Madam Speaker, when devolution was introduced in Nigeria, Madam Speaker, more than 3/4 of the governors were incarcerated. They were jailed. Madam Speaker, as Honorable Kongo Mugeni was saying here, it is a shame that since our devolution was introduced, or since the devolution was introduced in Kenya, not a single governor has been convicted and jailed. When in Nigeria, they managed, in order to stabilize devolution, more than 3/4 of the governors were sent to jail for violations. Madam Speaker, the theft of public funds in the counties is so rampant, and it is so rampant and encouraged even by the investigating authorities. Madam Speaker, those governors who rape and reap public resources are very good friends of the ethics and anti-corruption. They are also very good friends of the DCI and all these investigative authorities. Once the governor involves himself in those type of activities, they also become friends of the local oversight institution, which is the county assemblies. So that those resources, the bulk goes to the pocket of the governor, but a good portion of it also goes to those investigative authorities. So, Madam Speaker, it is a very, very sad situation that billions and billions of shillings are pumped into the counties, and when you go there, you don't see the impact of those investments which are made by the Kenyan public. The public does not get the services which they are rightfully entitled to because of misuse of public resources. Madam Speaker, I also want to extend this to our own parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, some people work very hard, and that is why one of the members, the senators, was saying that it is very difficult to be a member of the Public Accounts Committee or Public Investment. It is difficult because there are some people who fight very hard to be members there, not to serve the public, not to serve the interest of our counties. But, Madam Speaker, they go there in order because they know that all those fat boys will be coming around looking for our senators to see how they can compromise them so that whatever is supposed to come out, which is the truth, does not come out. Madam Speaker, there are cases which come to the public, to the Auditor General's report. Now, when the Auditor General reports are produced, Madam Speaker, there are some which are just the laziness of the officers to provide information to the auditors. And sometimes they waste a lot of time of Parliament because, Madam Speaker, they will eventually provide the information to the auditors so that when they are summoned here, the information has already been provided to the auditors, and the auditors are satisfied. But there are clear cases of fraud which come before our parliaments. Madam Speaker, my experience with Uganda is that when the Public Accounts Committee or Public Investment Committee sits, there is a CID officer who also sits there. So that the information of a criminal nature which are gathered there can be used to pin down the criminals, Madam Speaker. Our parliament is a bit lenient. We don't do that. But even when we don't do that, Madam Speaker, in point of information. Okay,
like
thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I didn't want to disrupt the flow of thoughts from my colleague, but I just wish to inform him that the Committee of Public Investment Committee and also PAC do have both an officer from the anti-corruption who sits in that. We also have somebody from the DPP and also someone from the DCI sitting there to be able to collect information. So that was effected during the last parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my brother for informing me because maybe I'm talking of my previous experience in the National Assembly, that has now been overtaken by events. And I hope that the officers who sit with us in our committees are not compromised by these tycoons, because the tycoons normally identify the person who is the most dangerous to them, and they make sure they follow them and they compromise them. So, Madam Speaker, it is upon us as parliamentarians to make sure that these people don't reach us in order to weaken us. We are responsible for making sure that devolution works. We are responsible for making sure that funds which are allocated to our poor people who are suffering, Madam Speaker, do not end up in the pockets of a few individuals who are already damn rich. But the people, you know, once you are rich, you just want to have more. And if you ask him why he's having more, it's just because he wants to have more and more. And perhaps you are gaining wealth which even your children don't need. You might be acquiring thousands and thousands and acres of land, and your children will be doctors, or they will be engineers who want to live in the city. They are not interested in those big farms we are buying. So, Madam Speaker, some of these things are just senseless. They are just senseless, raping the resources of the poor people of Kenya, and we have a responsibility to ensure that our people gain from the taxes they paid in this country. Madam Speaker, the weaknesses which I have witnessed before, I hope is not a cancer which will also spread and affect some of us. Me, I really fear cancer, but that cancer of corruption is a very serious cancer in our country, and we cannot pretend that it cannot reach us. We are not superhuman beings. We are ordinary human beings like all the others. So it is our duty as elected representatives of the people. And when I talk of elected, I mean everybody, including the nominated senators. We are all elected to represent the interest of the Kenyan people and make sure that this devolution works. And we want to strengthen it by even increasing the monies. I understand the Kenya Kwanza government said they don't need the constitution to increase the allocation of resources to Kenyans. So we hope that they are going to increase the resources going to the counties. But those resources should not be increased in order to fatten the pockets of individuals. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak more than this. I just stood up to support this motion, and I would once again stress that we have a heavy responsibility, and those who have been given this responsibility must ensure that they don't disappoint us. They work to satisfy the needs of the Kenyan people. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Now we have Senator Keroche Tabitha.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank my senior senator, my brother, Dr. Uburu. Thank you so much. After you've spoken, we'll try to speak. World over, the senator is the upper house and control very strong veto power. According to the senators who've spoken before me, that is today and yesterday, seems like the first and second governors, there are some in some counties, I know they've had one governor. In my county, we've had two governors. So the first and second governors and their teams in the executives have used the county resources like personal property without regards to residents' priorities and with retro accountability. The devolution dream is under threat of failure in our counties because of lack of accountability. We cannot sit for 5 years and then start complaining. We cannot sit 5 years and then start complaining. we are now the people to hold account on behalf of the people who have elected us, on the resources that we are the ones who will get it from here and take it down to our counties. I had a priority of entering into the shoes of my former senator, who is now our governor. We could go around and I could ask the people whether they've seen any development that have been done in their counties. And her work, according to what she kept on telling people, which I believe was to go and and get the funds and take it down to the county and give it to the governor, and then thereafter to do the oversight. I'm surprised to see we have the PAC and we have the PIC. So according to me, I believe then they were not effective. The previous ones were not effective. Now, I've looked at the team that are in that committees. And I believe now they must work differently from the previous committees that were there. As Senator Senior Counsel Tom put it, they have, if you look at them, they have diverse skills. And some of us were even elected based on the trust that people had on the leadership that we had shown in the corporate world. So now, when we are here, I believe our careers are, they are already on the, what can we say, they are on the hang. So meaning if the park doesn't work, the PIC doesn't work, if us we don't work, when we get out of that door, I think we will have finished the career that we built for the last 25 years. I think some of us, 25 years, others, I'm sure it's many. So we are depending on that PAC and the PIC. They must not let us down. And now, if you look even the proposal, the president gave during his speech, and for us to work with the National Assembly in setting the establishment of the Oversight Fund for the Senate, I believe with now us having the Oversight Fund, I believe we are going to ensure that we do our roles and we pass the people's expectations. So with us now having the PAC and the PIC and us having the Oversight Fund, I don't think we have any excuse not to do what people send us here to do. So I will not talk much. It's just to say I second the motion and I support the motion and wish them all the best. We are here watching and monitoring to ensure that the funds that we collect here and take it to the county government, it is just that's what the people expect that money to do. And we, as the senators, I'm very sure, I know somebody else also said that, one of the senators said that any time we have an issue and the PSC need to question our governors to ensure that the people, the senators in that area, they are also involved and they are there to represent the people of the county. We will ensure that what I heard that Governor Mutua was here and was able to switch off the gadget. We'll ensure that that will not happen when we are in this house. So the people of, you can see Kina saying, I know he was not here, but the governor, Senator Kabindo said, the people watched for one day, but the following day it was switched off. He had that power. So I don't think the governors can have power in that extent to control the media and to control us and to control everything. They are there to give people, they are service readers, and they must, it's not their business, it's not their houses. They must be controlled and to ensure that the money they are given, it is just used entirely just for the county people. And with that, I second the motion. I support the committees, the three committees, and wish them all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us now have Senator Siengo Beth Kalunda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll be very brief. I rise to support the motion, and I'm confident of the ability of the members of the three committees. I am sure that they will deliver. However, I have a simple appeal to make to the members of the three committees. As you go for your elections, kindly consider giving women or female senators a chance either to be the chair or the vice chair. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, allow me to look back to the promulgation of 2010 Constitution. And on the onset of devolution, Kenyans had a lot of hope and expectations on the working of devolution, getting services nearer to the people, getting resources devolved to the people. And this dream has not really worked so well. However, 10 years down the line, there are still gaps that need to be filled. And I want to look at these two committees, the PAC and PIC, very crucial committees that will put this Senate on the map of delivering for Kenyans. Madam Speaker, Kenyans are expecting to enjoy the fruits of devolution, and it can only work if Senate does their role or does its role of oversight so well. As I listened keenly as Senator of Narok, Lendama, mentioned the names of governors who were summoned by Senate, and majority of them did not honor the invitation. They did not turn up, they did not show up, they did not come to answer queries that were there. And as I listened to Lendama as he named or gave the names of those governors, they were all men. Madam Speaker, allow me to urge Kenyans, if these men continue to refuse to answer to summons by Senate, next time we should elect more women governors and governors with people with disability, because maybe we know women are more submissive, and we know that...
What's your point of order, sir? Senator?
Madam Speaker, I know my dear sister really is fond of me, but is it in order for her to mislead the House that I named men or governors who refused to appear before this House? I think as a member of the Public Account and Investment Committee, as it was called back then, we had two distinguished ladies who are governors who actually refused to appear. In fact, it's on record of this House that one of them from Eastern was actually penalized, and she paid a fee of 500,000 shillings, which we asked her to pay. So I just wanted to find out whether the distinguished senator is in order to be able to mislead this House, because I don't remember at any given time did I give names of individual governors who failed to appear. I think My dear sister was referring to another senator, but not the distinguished senator from Narok. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to make a clarification. When the naming of the governors who were summoned and they did not show up, they did not mention any single female governor. They were all men. Thank you. Let me continue. Okay.
Continue, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I was saying that I will appeal to Kenyans if men continue to fail to show up, we elect women and people living with disability in those positions. Madam Speaker, talking of accountability in our counties, this is very key. We really need to see public funds that are given to bring development to Kenyans doing exactly what these funds are supposed to do, but not to be diverted, not to go to people's pockets. It's very important that if there are cases of corruption, these governors must be held responsible. And allow me to appeal to both sides of this house that there should be no sacred cows. If there are governors in the government side or even on the opposition, if they are indicated or implicated in corruption cases, they must be held responsible. And I would urge our institutions that are charged with the responsibility of making sure that people are held responsible, let them take action against any governor who is corrupt or any member of executive or any person in this nation. Madam Speaker, allow me to talk of these two committees to be very vigilant. And I don't know the governor for Kakamega, I think I saw him go around. He is popularly known or referred to as the bullfighter. I'll ask and beseech the members of PAC and PIC to borrow a leaf from Senator Boni Alwale, become bullfighters, and make sure they defend the public funds. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to effective oversight role by this Senate. Some senators have already mentioned, who spoke earlier before me, that we have seen the second and the third Senate that may not have done their work so effectively. But I want to believe that we are still improving, and given a chance that we are here now, we will perform and do a better job. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you very much for that. Senator Ngogi Joe Joseph Nyoto, Murang'a County. And I would request, Senator, that you exercise magnanimity in the use of time, can condense your contributions and your comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my contribution relating to this appointment of members and approval of members of these committees. That is PIC, PAC, and Committee on Devolved Register. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that as we all know, that these are the watchdogs of the resources that are sent to our counties. Madam Speaker, I don't know what has been happening for the last 10 years, because like most of the speakers before me have said, I think we have just been lamenting as a house. It is time, Madam Speaker, that this three committees do their job probably in a more serious way. And I don't want to say that those that have been there in the last two houses have not been serious, but we must see to it that county resources are expended in the right way in the service delivery to the constituents of our various counties, Madam Speaker. It is an open secret that there has been a lot of pilferage of these county resources, Madam Speaker. And while seated there, I had my former county governor mentioned here for not less than 3-4 times as being one of those governors that did not honor the summons of this house, Madam Speaker. I want to say that as a resident of Murang'a and as somebody elected to represent the people of Murang'a in this particular house, Madam Speaker, and like those some that have spoken before me have said, that CDF has done much, much more than what county allocations have done, Madam Speaker. Taking the case of Murang'a, where I come from, Madam Speaker, we have 7 constituencies. And assuming that every constituency receives about 120 million every year, if you multiply that by 7, Madam Speaker, you'll get that that is about 840 million in 1 year. In this county, Madam Speaker, an allocation of close to 7 billion is given to the county by the national government. Add to that the own source revenue that this county collects, and it will give me something like maybe about 8 billion in 1 year. It is very sad, Madam Speaker, that we can see what 840 million has done, but we cannot see what 8 billion has been doing every year, a total of almost 80 billion, Madam Speaker. And this is what these 2 committees must seek, Madam Speaker, to correct. We must see, we must want to know how these funds, Madam Speaker, were spent. Madam Speaker, you look at a county like Turkana, and there are speakers that have spoken about that county, and the other counties that are drought-stricken as we speak, Madam Speaker. And these are counties that have also been receiving an equalization fund, most of them. And people are still dying of hunger in these counties, Madam Speaker. This is very serious. This is something that this House must not continue allowing, Madam Speaker, because these allocations, as somebody said, and may I be forgiven for using this language, that this is not an allocation that comes, Madam Speaker, from your mother, and I beg to be forgiven for using that. That somebody receives county resources, Madam Speaker, and expends them as if they were resources that they inherited from their parents, Madam Speaker. This is something that PICPAC must see, must make sure comes to an end, Madam Speaker. The issue of pending bills. When you look at the pending bills that we have in almost every county, then you are left wondering, I mean, what rationale is there, Madam Speaker, of contracting people, hustlers, people who go and borrow or take loans from banks, Madam Speaker, to come and deliver these services, and they are not paid? Why would any rational human being, in the name of a governor, Madam Speaker, give somebody a contract through, of course, his CCs and that kind of thing, knowing very well that they do not have the resources to pay these people, Madam Speaker? And this is something that all of us would want to see being done in the right way. Because if we do not have funds for development, we should never ever, Madam Speaker, then contract people who go take loans, then we fail to pay them as counties, and these people then have to face auctioneers, Madam Speaker. This is something that these 2 particular, especially PICPAC, should be able to arrest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of the judiciary, I think I would want to talk about it while standing here. And I'm glad that the Supreme Court has given that particular direction and order that we have the powers as Senate to summon these governors if they must appear. What I would want to appeal to our judiciary, Madam Speaker, is that they do not later, maybe after maybe people do some appeals, retract this particular order, Madam Speaker, so that this house becomes the house that it is supposed to be, a house that oversees devolution, a house, Madam Speaker, that sees to it and puts the governors on their toes, especially where they have misappropriated public resources, Madam Speaker. And because, Madam Speaker, you have told me to be magnanimous in the use of time, I do not want to speak a lot about this, Madam Speaker, but I think I want to appeal to the senators as I congratulate them for being appointed to be in these committees. I think I want to appeal to them, Madam Speaker, to be truthful, to be people that will do what we are entrusting them to do. People, senators who will stand to be counted as people who protected the resources of counties, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while still at it, I think I also want to maybe put some more weight or underscore Senator Oburu Odinga, who has said that, Madam Speaker, that people need to have the morals. Governors need to have morals, Madam Speaker. Every one of us that has been called to leadership, we need to have morals, Madam Speaker, that we don't have to be oversighted in order for us to expend county resources in the right way. That, Madam Speaker, and I'm not here to preach, if I have an opportunity, I would do it so well. But, Madam Speaker, I know, and everybody should hear that, any governor, anybody who wants to be governor, anybody who wants to be entrusted with the use of public resources, that, Madam Speaker, you will pay in one way or another. You cannot escape. You cannot spend county resources. You cannot spend constituency resources as if they were own private resources, Madam Speaker, and you escape with it. I want to tell them from this floor that there is a God in heaven who will punish you, and God forbid will punish even your generations for, Madam Speaker, stealing from the counties and from our constituencies, Madam Speaker. I have never understood why somebody would, Madam Speaker, for example, spend the resources meant to equip our hospitals with the drugs and the necessary equipment, and, you know, take those resources, and people die in the hospitals, Madam Speaker, and you still have the peace. Even if you had it, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that one day you will have to pay. And that is a summon, Madam Speaker, that I want to reach our county governors. Madam Speaker, because you told me to be magnanimous with time, I think I want to stop there, and I support the approval of these committees, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator, for that indulgence on the time factor. We request the rest to come in to still indulge us. Honorable Senators, let me now call Senator Mohammed Abdallah Shakila to present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations, you really suit in that chair. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the 3 committees, which are very important committees, Madam Speaker. And in supporting that, I want to urge the majority side, and I'm sure my senior rank member, Honorable Khalwale, will support me, that we try and give the seats of the chair and the vice chair to the opposition, because these are oversight committees. So we really think we need to have the chairs. We know you are the majority and you're there to take all the seats, but on these particular two committees, please be honorable and kind enough to make sure you give the seats of the chair and vice chair to the opposition for the oversight purpose. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said. I also rise to support the motion. The Devolution, we have come from very far, and now it's no longer a baby. It is a really grown-up baby, Madam Speaker. It has made a lot of impact and changes in the counties and the grassroots, but still we have a long way to go, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a bit concerned. Apart from the corruption which has been narrated by many members, there are unfinished projects. And those unfinished projects which are being done by the previous governors, the incoming governors normally reject them. And that is money which was spent. It's a taxpayer's money. It is the money which was spent by the previous government. It is only fair for the governor to take up those projects and make sure they finish them. And it is up to these two committees to ensure that those particular projects, they are being finished, because you see there are dispensaries or hospitals which have been started by other governors. When the other governors, when they go out, the new governors come in, they reject the projects. They leave them to be white elephant projects, which is not fair. So I hope these two committees will take care of that area, because it is one area where there's a lot of wastage of the resources. Madam Speaker, I am glad that Honorable Member said that in those two committees, there are members from anti-corruption, DCI, and maybe the judiciary. It is important because when those members are there and they realize that there are any actions to be taken against any culprits, I think it's the right time and the moment for us to see there is no excuse whatsoever for any governor who has been misusing the funds to be taken action against them. Because all the people concerned are there in those committees to ensure and witness the problems or the issues which are being raised against those particular governors. Madam Speaker, we are all talking of increasing funds to the counties. And those funds which we talk of increasing are the same funds which, again, we are complaining they are being misused by the governors. Now, we really don't know. We are in a dilemma of whether we should increase funds for the governors or not increase funds. It is up to these two committees who should be very vigilant to make sure they do their work properly, for them to give us the mandate to say that, yes, there is a need for increasing of the funds for the counties, or there's no need yet because there's still misappropriation of the funds in the counties, and unless that is done, otherwise we would be wasting more funds by increasing the funds to the counties, and yet they are not managed properly. We don't get the value for money. Madam Speaker, corruption has been said, and it is a big elephant in the room. It is very unfortunate that corruption is taking shape in different areas of this country, from top to bottom. Really, we never expected that county governments would be so much corrupted more than any other areas, because we thought that those are the people who were elected, and after 10 years, they would want to leave the legacy of ensuring that they have made a change in their counties. But unfortunately, they actually changed their lives instead of changing the counties, of which they were given the mandate to do. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of unfinished business. A lot was said here that even the last parliament, there were unfinished businesses, which the two committees did not manage to do. And all those businesses, we want to ensure that they should be done. And we know there is a lot in the hands of these two committees, or rather three committees. We want to tell them that they should not sleep, they should not rest, they should do their work diligently to ensure that they deliver and raise the bar of the Senate House by demonstrating their work and making sure that they deliver accordingly. Madam Speaker, again, the action to be taken to the culprits, I think I have said that. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you very much and I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shakila. Senator Tobiko Pesi Perry, please be magnanimous with time.
Sure.
So that we can finalize this motion today.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the constitution of these three very important committees. Madam Speaker, what did Kenyans envisage in the promulgation of the new constitution in 2010 was devolution of services, devolution of resources to the lowest levels so that the common mwananchi will get to experience real development, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the solution to, mwananchi in mashinani was the counties, Madam Speaker. And so Kenyans really expected to experience a change in the standards of living, a change in infrastructure, a change in delivery of services, closer and greater access to water, closer and greater access to health services, having dawahs in the local clinics, having, ambulances in very close, close call, Madam Speaker. These are the things Kenyans expected. And so devolution was like short of a miracle for Kenyans, Madam Speaker, if it was implemented as envisioned by wananchi, Madam Speaker. And this is why Kenyans voted for the new constitution in 2010 in huge numbers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but what have we experienced in the last 10 years? We have devolved corruption to the lowest levels. Those working in counties are living in great opulence, Madam Speaker. Those working in counties, Madam Speaker, have become small gods at their villages, Madam Speaker, because they are living large, Madam Speaker. They are driving county vehicles that are fueled at the expense of the taxpayers, Madam Speaker. Is there accountability? No. This House was expected to put in check the counties. This House was expected to protect devolution. This House was put in place to ensure that resources reach the lowest level of in areas of our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House must live to the expectations of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, this House must rise, to the level expected of the upper house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have always wondered, because at the lower house, Madam Speaker, being members of the National Assembly and those of us who are constituency holders, had the privilege to oversight and to be patrons of the Constituency Development Fund. And Kenyans over and over again have repeated that CDF is being felt at the ground more than the county funds, Madam Speaker. Yet CDF is a very small percentage of our national, of the national resources, Madam Speaker. 0.2 something, it's very small percentage, Madam Speaker. And what goes to the counties more than 15%, Madam Speaker. So we expect the 15% or more to be felt, but it has not been felt. And even worse still is the own source revenue from counties, Madam Speaker. They have refused to automate. They have refused to account. People are paying themselves as they collect the revenue. They are employing others, ghost workers to collect the revenues. And there is a lot of privilege of those resources, Madam Speaker. So where are the agencies, Madam Speaker? Where is the ESCC? Where is the DCI? Where is the Auditor General? And where is the Senate, Madam Speaker, when these resources are getting lost? And Kenyans, the lives of Kenyans has not changed. That Mama Mboga is still waiting to access water. That Mama Mboga is still waiting to get roads to access the market, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those good ladies who are selling tomatoes and potatoes in our markets are still waiting to get proper shelter, to be able to sell their goods in a dignified manner, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am glad to see you seated there. When I see you seated there, you're not just a speaker, but you represent the yellow flag. And representing the yellow flag means the hustler is seated at the right place, Madam Speaker. And so we expect, we hope that with you, me, and the rest, the bullfighter, the good Kerosene lady, and the others will rise up to the occasion to protect the hustlers, Madam Speaker. The hustlers should get water. The hustlers should get roads, Madam Speaker. The hustlers are facing right now a huge drought, Madam Speaker. The hustlers have moved with their cows until it is them who are facing extinction. Lives will be lost, Madam Speaker, if we do not rise. What are our counties doing? So, Madam Speaker, these three committees, we expect the membership, those who got the chance to get into these committees, to carry the flag high of this House in terms of oversight. The governors must be responsible and must be made to account, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I came to the Senate because maybe by design, God brought me here. I had wanted to go and be governor of Kajiado County, to bring real change, to make sure that our markets are properly done, to make sure that the women get water in their houses. Madam Speaker, and I'm happy that Kenyans have elected more women now. And possibly they'll elect more next time. Possibly half of the governors soon will be women. I know women are more accountable. I know women are more responsible. I know women know how to, the way they always handle their families, they will be able to handle communities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful today that I'm in the Senate and possibly not the governor, so that I learn all that there is to learn about counties, what has failed, what has worked, so that tomorrow when I get a chance to be the governor of Kajiado, I do a better job than those who have been there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this House, and I know we have the goodwill of the President. We have the goodwill, and that's why the President has talked about the Senate being facilitated with the Oversight Fund, so that this House works, so that finally we get to protect common mwananchi and deliver services and ensure governors either deliver services or they ship out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support, and I really look forward to these three committees to be vibrant, including all the other committees, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. finally, we'll have Karen for a very short while. Let's have.
Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, you've taken all the time. I just want to note that these three committees are very key in our role of oversight, because oversight simply means that the resources, public resources that are going to our county governments are utilized for the very purpose that they have been deployed for. And so these three committees really wrap up our role in Senate, and the performance and the success of these committees speak to the success of the Fourth Senate. And Madam Speaker, like I said, in the interest of time, I rise to support this motion.
I will now call Senator Boni Halwale to reply to this motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to respond to this motion, and I want to use this opportunity to thank all of you members. You've been fantastic. And speaking from the bottom of my heart, Madam Speaker, Senator Oyomo Akinyi has been really a big surprise to me. Anybody visiting this Republic and watching this TV from their room, they can think that she's a third-term senator. I am so impressed. I'm telling you, she's a strong woman. But that is not surprising because Jaluo very complex. Senator Sifuna likes me, and therefore he keeps my watch. I thank them, Madam Speaker, and I am confident that this very important committee is going to live to its billing. What should not be lost to the House is that the little spoken about this chamber is that we are a trial chamber. We will soon be asked to try governors with a view of sacking them, and God forbid, we can even be called upon to try the deputy president and the president. So we've got to be very serious. And you're the team that is going to lead us. With those 4 remarks, Madam Speaker, I move.
Thank you very much, Senator Boni Halwale. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 84-2, this motion does not affect counties, and I will now, honorable senators, put this question that pursuant to Standing Order 193, 194, 195, and 199, the Senate approves the listed senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the select committees of the Senate. And these are as follows. County Public Accounts Committee, Senator Samson Kiprotich Chiralike, Senator John Mohiamedo, Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar, Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofire, Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator Fatuma Adan Dulo, Senator Richard Momoima Onyonka, Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna, Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti. That is the County Public Accounts Committee. Then we go to County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee. Number 1, Senator Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Paul Karungo Dhanwa, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdurrahman, Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech. Number 6, Senator Ledama Olekina, Senator Hamida Kibwana, Senator Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojienda. 9, Senator Godfrey Atieno Osotsi. That marks the end of the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee. We go to Committee on Delegated Legislation. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, Senator Gloria Magoma Oroba, Senator Joyce Chepkoech Koril, Senator Julius Mulgot Recha, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, Senator Muhammad Faki Mwinyihaji, Senator Betty Batuli Montet, and finally Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama. Will as many honorable senators, I put this question that pursuant to Standing Order number 193, 194, 195, and 199, the Senate approves the listed senators nominated by Senate Business Committee to serve in the select committees of the Senate. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Please call the next order.
Order number 9, motion, parking charges in institutions offering essential services to the public.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move this motion that are aware that many urban areas and towns in Kenya lack designated car parking areas as a result of imbalance between parking supply and demand, mainly due to ineffective land use, planning, and miscalculations or space requirements, thereby leading to exorbitant parking fees. Noting that most essential services offered in hospitals, educational institutions, airports, shopping malls, and other public utilities are offered in urban centers and other designated areas that charge parking fees to access. Acknowledging that whether they are delivered by public or private providers, essential services such as health, banking, education, shopping, and other utilities are considered to be public services because they are public goods that sustain the well-being of every citizen and help in the development of the society as a whole, concerned that access to hospitals, educational institutions, airports, shopping malls, and other places offering essential services might be hindered due to exorbitant parking fees levied on motorists accessing these services. Further concerned, Madam Chair, that charging entry fees amounts to double taxation as a motorist who would have paid the parking fees will still pay for the services that they seek. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Cabinet Secretary for Lands.
Senator Sifuna, sorry. Senator Sifuna, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Physical Planning, together with the Council of Governors, to come up with a policy framework to create an enabling environment for protection of motorists accessing essential services from paying exorbitant parking fees. Madam Speaker,
Senator Sifuna, it is now 6:30, and honorable senators, it's time to adjourn the House. Senator Sifuna will have 18 minutes when we resume this session. So we will for now adjourn and we resume again on Tuesday, I believe, at 2:30.